Route 27. The Inland Road. Mark Bureau. Dedication. This book is dedicated to the towns that rarely ask to be noticed and to the people who keep them steady. To the workers, families, and neighbors who show up, rebuild, maintain what matters, and carry the country forward one ordinary day at a time. Foreword. Some roads become famous because they are loud. They run through deserts and over mountains, past neon, monuments, and mile markers that look good in photographs. Route 27 is not that kind of road. It is a northbound spine, inland and practical, stitched into the everyday work of towns that rarely ask to be noticed. This book follows that spine from South Florida to northern Michigan, not to chase spectacle, but to listen for the steady places that keep a region moving. The communities along this route are not arranged like attractions. They exist because geography made certain decisions unavoidable. Where water had to be managed, towns formed around control and labor. Where fields needed markets, county seats and service streets took shape. Where valleys narrowed and ridges pressed close, the road learned to follow what the land allowed. Farther north, forests and weather shaped a different kind of endurance, where rebuilding and routine mattered as much as growth. Each chapter in this book is built around one town, one local center, and one reason that place holds. The goal is not to pile up trivia. The goal is to keep the story human scale, grounded in the structures people rely on. Main streets that still function, civic buildings that still matter, work that still repeats, and landscapes that still set the terms. The road connects these places quietly, and the book follows that quiet connection with the same discipline. The journey moves state by state, and the tone shifts naturally as the land shifts. Florida begins with engineered ground and interior commerce, then lifts into ridge towns and working hubs. Georgia brings courthouse squares, river crossings, and long agricultural memory. Tennessee tightens into valley gateways and plateau ground where the road must negotiate terrain. Ohio settles into measured order and familiar return. Michigan closes the journey with cooler light, deeper woods, and towns shaped by persistence rather than speed. In Michigan, the route continues along the same historic northbound corridor, even where modern roadside signs use a different number. The corridor itself remains the through line, and the towns remain the point. This book is meant to be read the way the road is traveled, steadily. The chapters do not rush, because the places do not rush. They endure by returning to what works, repairing what breaks, and holding their identity without needing to perform. Route May 27th feel modest on a map, but modest roads often carry the clearest truths. They show how a country is built, not in headlines, but in the daily practice of keeping life going. Florida. Florida is where Route 27 begins by turning its back on the shoreline and committing to the interior. Here, land and water have always negotiated with each other, and the communities that endure are the ones built on work. Rail yards, processing plants, service streets, and the long infrastructure of canals and fields that made settlement possible. The road's first miles pass through a Florida that most postcards ignore, a state shaped as much by engineered ground and agricultural horizons as by sun and surf. It's a beginning defined by function, by people who arrive to build, plant, ship, and stay. As Route 27 climbs north through Florida, the landscape widens into lake country, pasture, and the older ridge towns that grew where firmer ground offered stability. The cities along this stretch carry layered identities: industry and neighborhood life near Miami's edge, sugar and water management south of the lake, then upland towns where citrus, cattle, and local commerce shaped daily routines for generations. Florida's portion of the route sets the pattern for everything ahead. Places chosen by geography and necessity, communities that hold their character without needing to announce it, and a road that connects them with steady purpose. Chapter 1. Hialeah. Hialeah Park's grandstand and palms, where the inland road takes its first breath, where the inland road begins. Hialeah sits just beyond the coastal glare, a city formed not by beaches or harbors, but by land that asked to be worked and routes that asked to be followed. It is the place where Route 27 gathers itself and turns north, leaving the Atlantic behind almost immediately. The road does not announce this moment. It simply narrows its focus and moves inland toward ground that once flooded, dried, flooded again, and eventually learned to hold a city. Hialeah exists because people believed that flat, difficult land could be made useful, and because movement across it mattered. Long before pavement, this ground was a threshold between the Everglades and firmer country. Water moved slowly here, spreading and receding with the seasons. When rail lines pushed south in the early 20th century, they did not come seeking elegance. They came seeking access. Hialeah grew along those lines, shaped by yards, depots, and the logic of transport. The city's earliest identity was practical. It was a place where things arrived, were handled, and were sent on again. That logic never left. Even as neighborhoods formed and streets filled in, Hialeah remained oriented toward work. Warehouses, factories, and distribution centers took hold where sand had once shifted. The land was graded, drained, and taught new habits. In this way, Hialeah belongs to the inland tradition of Florida rather than the coastal one. It does not trade in views. It trades in continuity. The city's rise accelerated in the decades between the world wars, when South Florida was still learning what kind of region it would become. Hialeah was never a resort experiment. It was built to last because it served a function. Rail connections made it valuable. Proximity to Miami made it necessary without making it decorative. This balance, close but separate, allowed Hialeah to become something distinct. It grew dense, direct, and self-contained. One of the clearest markers of that early ambition was the Hialeah Park racetrack. Built in the 1920s, it was both an economic engine and a cultural landmark, drawing national attention at a time when the rest of the city was still assembling itself. The track brought money, visitors, and a sense that Hialeah was not a fringe settlement, but a place of consequence. Around it, neighborhoods thickened. Businesses followed. The city learned how to support a workforce that did not come for scenery, but for opportunity. As the 20th century moved on, Hialeah became a point of arrival for people who understood work as survival and adaptation as a skill. Waves of Cuban immigration reshaped the city after the mid-century, not by erasing what was there, but by layering over it. Small factories, garment shops, metalworks, and family-run businesses filled the spaces that rail and road had already prepared. Spanish joined English not as a novelty, but as a working language. The city's rhythm adjusted without losing its direction. This layering is visible in Hialeah's streets. They are laid out for movement rather than leisure, for access rather than display. Low industrial buildings sit close to residential blocks. Shops open early and close when the day's work is done. The city does not present itself. It functions. In this, Hialeah feels less like a destination and more like a starting point, which is exactly what it is for Route 27. Route 27 does not cut ceremonially through downtown squares or historic promenades here. It threads its way past working blocks and utilitarian edges, gathering momentum as it goes. This is fitting. The road begins in a city that understands motion as necessity. Northbound travel from Hialeah has always been about connection, whether by rail, by truck, or by car. The road carries that inherited purpose forward. Hialeah's history is not marked by grand events so much as by steady accumulation. Population grew because jobs existed. Neighborhoods formed because families stayed. The city weathered hurricanes, economic shifts, and regional changes without rebranding itself each time. Its resilience comes from being useful. Cities like this do not disappear easily because they are woven into supply chains, labor networks, and daily routines that extend far beyond their borders. Walking through older sections of Hialeah, the past reveals itself in fragments rather than monuments. Mid-century commercial strips show where businesses once clustered. Older residential streets hold homes built quickly and lived in fully. Industrial zones still hum, adapted to new demands, but recognizable in form. The city remembers by continuing. There is a particular kind of confidence that comes from this continuity. Hialeah does not need to explain itself. It has never relied on being misunderstood as something else. This quality sets the tone for the road ahead. Route 27 will pass through towns that were built for reasons that still matter, places that persist because they serve lives rather than ideas. Leaving Hialeah to the north, the land begins its gradual change. The flatness remains for a while, but the city's density loosens. Agricultural traces reappear. Water management structures mark the ongoing negotiation between human settlement and the environment. The road carries with it the memory of Hialeah's beginnings, of rail lines and warehouses and workdays that start early. This beginning matters because it establishes the character of the journey. Route 27 does not start with spectacle. It starts with function. It begins in a city that learned early how to survive on land that resisted easy settlement, and how to welcome people who arrived with little more than determination. That inheritance travels northward, shaping the road's relationship with every city it touches. Hialeah stands as proof that a place does not need to be celebrated to be essential. It only needs to endure. As Route 27 leaves the city behind, it carries forward a lesson that will repeat in different forms across states and landscapes. Inland America was built by places that worked first and were noticed later, if at all. The road begins among them, quietly confident in what comes next. Hialeah's endurance is tied to repetition. This is a city that learned early how to absorb pressure without dramatizing it. Trains arrived and departed, businesses opened and closed. Families moved in and made rooms where none were planned, and the city adjusted by continuing. The land itself offered little romance. Flatness demanded drainage, heat demanded early hours, and proximity to Miami demanded clarity about what Hialeah was not. It was not a resort appendage. It was not a decorative suburb. It was a place where work had to be done close to the ground, and that necessity created a kind of quiet discipline that still shapes the city's character. That discipline shows in how Hialeah treats space. Industrial blocks sit beside residential streets without apology because the city never believed those lives should be separated. Warehouses and small factories were never hidden behind landscape buffers. They belonged where people lived, because work belonged where people lived. This proximity fostered a sense of shared purpose. You did not commute away from the city's identity. You participated in it daily. Over time, this created a civic toughness that does not announce itself, but reveals itself through persistence. For Route 27, beginning in Hialeah establishes a rule that the rest of the road will follow. This is not a journey that begins with charm or elevation. It begins with labor, with engineered land, with movement that exists because it must. The road does not emerge from a scenic overlook. It emerges from a city that learned how to hold itself together under constant use. That origin matters. Everything north of here will echo this beginning in different terrain and different accents, but the principle remains the same. Route 27 starts where usefulness mattered first, and Hialeah is where that truth becomes visible. Chapter 2, Clewiston, Canals and Cane Fields, where water control became daily work. Built by water, sugar, and resolve, Clewiston rises from land that once refused certainty. South of Lake Okeechobee, the ground long belonged more to water than to people, shifting with seasons, storms, and slow currents that made permanence difficult. The city exists because that uncertainty was challenged and, to a degree, mastered. Clewiston is not a place that formed naturally around comfort or beauty. It formed around control, labor, and the belief that land could be transformed into something dependable. Before the 20th century, this region was defined by openness and movement. Water spread wide across the flats south of the lake, feeding grasses and wildlife, but discouraging settlement. What drew attention was not the soil itself, but the possibility of harnessing it. When large-scale drainage projects began reshaping South Florida, this area became a focal point. Clewiston emerged not as a frontier town, but as a planned response to engineering ambition. The city's early development is inseparable from sugar. Vast fields replaced wetlands, and the land took on a new geometry of canals, dikes, and straight lines meant to guide water where people wanted it to go. Clewiston became the operational center of this transformation. It was a place where planning met execution, where offices, mills, and worker housing gathered close to the fields that justified them. Unlike towns that grow outward from a crossroads or a river bend, Clewiston grew inward, tightly organized around its purpose. Streets were laid out with intention. Housing reflected hierarchy and function. Industry was not something that arrived later. It was present from the beginning, shaping daily life and defining the city's rhythm. The workday here has always set the tone. One of the clearest symbols of Clewiston's early identity is its association with the sugar industry's corporate presence. Administrative buildings, processing facilities, and related infrastructure anchored the city. Decisions made here affected not just local workers, but a wide agricultural network across South Florida. Clewiston's influence reached far beyond its modest size, even if the city itself remained compact. Life in Clewiston developed around cycles that were predictable and demanding. Harvest seasons dictated pace. Weather dictated risk. The land, though reshaped, never fully surrendered its power. Storms tested the limits of human control, and the proximity to Lake Okeechobee remained both an asset and a threat. The city learned early that stability here was something to be maintained, not assumed. As the decades passed, Clewiston did not diversify in the way many towns did. It did not become a resort destination or a transportation hub. Instead, it doubled down on what it was built to do. This focus gave it resilience, but also a distinct character. Clewiston feels purposeful, even restrained. There is little excess in its layout or its presentation. The city reflects the discipline required to keep water and land in balance. Residential neighborhoods sit close to industrial spaces, a reminder that work and home were never meant to be separate here. Generations grew up with the sights and sounds of processing plants as a constant backdrop. The city's public spaces, parks, and civic buildings reflect a practical sense of community rather than display. They exist to serve, not to impress. Route 27 passes through Clewiston as if acknowledging this order. The road does not interrupt the city so much as align with it. Moving north from Hialeah, Route 27 enters a landscape that has been deliberately shaped, where straight stretches of road mirror straight canals and fields laid out for efficiency. Clewiston stands as a midpoint between raw land and controlled terrain, and the road respects that balance. The city's relationship with Lake Okeechobee is central to its story. The lake represents both opportunity and memory. It made large-scale agriculture possible while also reminding residents of past vulnerability. Clewiston's position along the lake's southern edge ties it to broader regional efforts to manage water, efforts that continue to define South Florida's interior. The city lives with that responsibility daily. Culturally, Clewiston has always been more inward-looking than expressive. Its identity is rooted in shared labor and long familiarity rather than outward storytelling. Traditions here are practical, tied to seasons and work rather than spectacle. This inward focus gives the city a steady presence. It does not seek attention, and it rarely receives it, but it remains essential to understanding how this region functions. Economic shifts and environmental debates have passed through Clewiston without fully redefining it. The city adapts without reinventing itself. Processing methods change. Policies shift. Yet the core remains intact. Clewiston continues to serve as a working anchor in the interior, a reminder that much of Florida's story unfolds far from its beaches. The built environment reflects this continuity. Buildings are maintained, reused, and adjusted rather than replaced wholesale. Streets retain their original intent. There is a sense that what exists has earned its place. Clewiston does not erase its past to appear modern. It carries it forward, sometimes quietly, sometimes under strain, but always deliberately. For travelers moving north along Route 27, Clewiston marks a transition. The road has left the metropolitan edges behind and entered a region where land use is unmistakable and dominant. The scenery widens. Fields stretch outward. The sense of interior Florida becomes unmistakable. Clewiston stands at the center of that shift, anchoring the road in a landscape shaped by effort rather than accident. This chapter of the road reinforces a theme that will repeat as Route 27 continues northward. Many of the places it touches were not built to be admired. They were built to function, to endure conditions that were difficult, and to support lives rooted in work. Clewiston exemplifies that pattern with unusual clarity. Living in Clewiston required a particular attentiveness to systems most towns never had to think about. Water levels were discussed the way weather is discussed elsewhere, not as background, but as a daily condition that shaped work, movement, and security. People learned to read canals, gates, and embankments as carefully as they read the sky. This awareness created a community accustomed to maintenance rather than illusion. Stability here was not assumed. It was managed. That management became part of local identity, a quiet understanding that the town existed because people stayed alert, coordinated their efforts, and respected the thin line between usable land and land that would reclaim itself if ignored. As Route 27 leaves the city behind, it carries with it the imprint of controlled land and disciplined purpose. The road continues north, following lines drawn by necessity rather than convenience. Clewiston remains, steady and self-contained, a city defined by the balance it maintains between water, labor, and time. Chapter 3, Okeechobee. On the levee above the canal gates, the lake's wide water sets the horizon. Life along the edge of the lake. Okeechobee begins with water that feels too large to belong inland. The lake is broad and shallow, more like a held breath than a deep basin, and its presence changes how the land is read. You can drive for miles through interior Florida and think you understand the scale, then the horizon opens and the lake appears, and the state suddenly feels wider than it did a moment before. The town grew beside that edge, not because the view was pretty, but because a lake of this size creates routes, work, and a kind of orientation that a map cannot fully explain. The earliest life in this region depended on reading land and water honestly. Prairie stretches, saw palmetto, and seasonal wet ground made settlement uncertain in some places and possible in others. People moved where the ground stayed firm and where water could be reached without surrendering everything to it. Ranching and open range became part of the local identity early because the land supported it. Cattle could be raised on the prairie country, and families learned to measure time by weather, grass, and distance. The town that would become Okeechobee grew within that working world, a place meant to serve the countryside, not to impress it. The lake itself created connection before modern roads could do it reliably. Water is a corridor when land travel is slow. Communities around the lake and along the waterways that feed it depended on boats, small craft, and later more organized transport to move supplies and products. Even when the town was small, the lake gave it significance because it tied the interior to larger systems of movement. When rail lines and improved roads began reaching deeper into Florida, Okeechobee became a natural point of gathering, a place where inland work could be collected, priced, and sent outward. The lake was the reference point, and the town became a meeting point. Okeechobee's layout still reflects that regional role. It has the feel of a service town that supports a large radius of rural life. Businesses sit along the corridors that bring people in from miles away. The town's center developed with the practical look of commerce that expects repeat customers and familiar routines, not one-time visitors. In places like this, stability is created by return. People come in for supplies, equipment, repairs, and everyday transactions that cannot be handled out on the road. Over time, those returns become a community. The region also carries older layers of history that the town did not invent. Indigenous peoples lived with this lake and its surrounding waters long before the town existed. The lake and prairies were not empty spaces. They were known terrain, traveled and understood through generations of experience. Even after new settlement patterns took root, the land continued to direct movement and shape what could be built. Florida's interior is sometimes treated as an afterthought between coasts, but around Lake Okeechobee the interior is the main story, and it is an old one. The town's name is often translated as Big Water, and that meaning fits not as poetry but as description. The lake dominates the region's imagination. It affects weather, light, and the sense of distance. It also affects risk, because a wide, shallow lake can become dangerous when storms arrive. Okeechobee's history cannot be separated from that reality. The most defining disaster associated with the lake came in 1928 when a powerful hurricane drove water over low ground around the lake and devastated nearby communities. The loss was immense, and the memory remained, not as a single tale, but as a permanent awareness that life near big water can change quickly. After that tragedy, the lake's edge was reshaped by protective works meant to control what could not be ignored. Over time, levees and other defenses altered the relationship between the lake and the communities around it. The lake remained central, but it became something people managed more explicitly. This management is part of the interior Florida story: canals, dikes, and water control structures that reveal how much effort it takes to make settlement dependable in a landscape that was never designed for easy permanence. Okeechobee exists beside that managed edge, living with the lake as both resource and responsibility. That responsibility also shaped local work. Agriculture, cattle, and related industries grew across the region, supported by the town's ability to provide services and connections. The surrounding land offered pasture and fields, and the town served as a practical center for a working interior. Over the decades, different crops and different economic cycles left their marks, but the underlying pattern stayed steady. The town remained relevant because rural life still required a hub. Fishing became another defining part of the town's identity, again not as a slogan, but as a relationship with water that people learned through experience. Lake Okeechobee earned a national reputation among anglers for bass fishing, and Okeechobee became one of the places where that reputation could be accessed through local knowledge. Guides, bait shops, marinas, and small businesses grew around the practice of reading wind, water level, vegetation, and season. This is a kind of expertise that is quiet and precise. It is not tourism theater. It is an economy built on understanding the lake as a living system that changes constantly. That mix of ranch culture and lake culture gives the town its particular atmosphere. You can feel it in the businesses that serve working land and in the places that serve the fishing community, often within the same few miles. Weekends bring different rhythms, but the town does not transform itself to accommodate them. It remains a service center first, with the lake as the reason that service center matters. In interior Florida, a place's identity is often tied to what it supports, not what it advertises, and Okeechobee supports a region that is defined by water and open land. The physical character of the town reflects measured growth. Downtown structures are modest, built for durability and repeated use. Mid-century buildings and newer commercial areas show later expansion as interior Florida became more populated and more connected, yet the town remains compact enough to feel legible. There are places where the older town can still be sensed beneath newer layers, in street patterns, in long-used blocks, and in the way the community still seems to gather around shared points rather than scattering completely. Okeechobee also sits near landscapes that carry memory beyond commerce. The prairies and wet ground south and west of the lake were difficult terrain in the 19th century, and conflict in that era left its mark in the region. One of the best-known battles of the Second Seminole War took place near Lake Okeechobee in 1837. The detail is not the point here. The point is that this interior was never simple, and movement through it carried consequences. The land shaped outcomes as much as human intention did. The town that came later was built in a landscape already defined by hard ground, big water, and long human presence. For Route 27, Okeechobee becomes a key Florida chapter because it clarifies what the inland road is really doing. The road is moving through Florida that is shaped by work and water control, not by shoreline. In Hialeah and Clewiston, water management and interior labor begin to establish the tone. In Okeechobee, the lake expands that tone into scale. The interior suddenly feels broader, more open, and more defined by horizon than by buildings. Route 27 passes through as if acknowledging that the lake is not a side feature. It is a central landmark for the state's interior. The lake's presence also changes light. Morning can feel softer here, with haze above the water and long reflections on calmer days. Afternoon light can flatten the horizon and make distances seem farther than they are. Weather arrives with a different force across open water. These details matter because they shape how the place is remembered. Okeechobee is not only a town you pass through. It is a place that teaches the eye to measure Florida differently. The strongest impression of Okeechobee is that it lives with a lake that cannot be ignored. It does not treat the water as a postcard backdrop. The lake is work, risk, livelihood, and orientation at once. The town has learned to serve the region around it by providing what rural and lakeside life requires: supplies, services, knowledge, and a steady place to return to. That steadiness is the real story of Okeechobee. The lake sets the horizon, and the town lives within that horizon, practical, grounded, and shaped by big water that has always defined this interior. Chapter 4: Sebring. The Circle's fountain and storefront ring, Sebring's planned center. Where the circle anchors the ridge. Sebring was planned before it was lived in, and that beginning still shapes how the town feels. In a state where many communities grew from crossings and camp roads, Sebring arrived with a design already in mind. Streets were set down with intention, curves placed where most towns would have forced a grid, and a center established from the start. The circle is the clearest proof. It is not an ornament added later. It is the organizing gesture, the place the city returns to, the point that makes Sebring legible even to someone who has never been here before. The land that supports that plan belongs to a different Florida than the low flats farther south. Sebring sits on the Lake Wales Ridge, an ancient spine of higher sand running through the peninsula. The ridge is not dramatic, but it changes everything. It drains better, it stays firmer, and it offers a stability that older wet ground could not provide. Long before modern roads, this higher country would have felt like an island, a place where settlement could stay in place instead of fighting the seasonal push and pull of water. That stability gave Sebring its confidence. A planned town needs ground that can support a plan. The city's name carries the mark of its founder, and the founding vision was straightforward. Create a real town in the interior, not a temporary camp and not a resort stage, but a community with a center, neighborhoods, commerce, and civic purpose. In the early 20th century, Florida was still sorting out what kind of state it would become. Rail expansion and land development were reshaping the peninsula. Sebring took its place in that era as a ridge town with a defined heart, positioned to serve the surrounding country of groves, pasture, and lakes. Those lakes are part of the city's character, even when they sit just beyond the downtown blocks. Lake Jackson and nearby waters give Sebring a sense of edge and scale. They create breaks in the landscape that keep neighborhoods from spreading without limit. They also change how the town feels in light and season. Water near a ridge town has a particular effect. It reflects the sky, it cools the air slightly, and it offers a quiet counterpoint to the straight work of inland roads. Sebring lives with that balance: planned streets and open water, built center and natural boundary. The circle gives this balance a shape. Downtown blocks face inward toward a common point, a pattern that encourages return and recognition. In many small towns, the center fades as growth moves outward. In Sebring, the center is harder to ignore because the town's geometry keeps pulling attention back. Businesses change, signage changes, yet the form remains, a ring of streets around a shared space that suggests a community meant to be gathered, not scattered. Sebring's early decades were tested by the same cycles that tested much of Florida. Rapid growth periods created optimism. Then economic contractions forced towns to learn what was durable. Sebring's durability came from being tied to land and routine rather than spectacle. Groves and cattle shaped the region, and the town served that working landscape. It provided services, supplies, and commerce for people who lived beyond town limits, but needed a dependable center. A ridge town that functions as a hub tends to endure because the countryside depends on it in practical ways. Sebring also developed an identity that is easy to miss if you only look for beach towns and big cities. For decades, the region supported manufacturing and craft work that added a second layer to the local economy. A pottery tradition became one of the town's distinctive exports, sending everyday goods far beyond Highlands County. That kind of manufacturing history matters because it shows interior Florida as productive, not merely scenic. It also shapes a town's self-understanding. A place that makes things carries a different pride than a place that only hosts visitors. Then another chapter arrived in the middle of the 20th century, and it began with wartime urgency. An airfield was built near Sebring, and the region's tempo changed. Training activity brought an influx of people, routine shifts, and a sense that the interior was briefly connected to a wider national effort. In this book, that history matters most in its local form. Cafes were busier. Rooms were rented. Streets carried unfamiliar faces. The town absorbed the pressure, then watched it ease when the war years ended. What makes Sebring unusual is what happened to that infrastructure afterward. The airfield did not simply vanish. It was adapted, and the adaptation became one of the town's most enduring signatures. Runways and service roads were repurposed into a racing circuit, and in the early 1950s, the Sebring International Raceway took shape. Endurance racing arrived with a character all its own, disciplined, mechanical, and demanding. The event that grew there brought worldwide attention, yet the town itself remained a ridge community with its own pace. Sebring learned to host an international weekend without becoming only that weekend. That contrast is part of what makes the place feel real. For much of the year, Sebring is a working interior town, a place of neighborhoods, small commerce, and rural service. Then, for a brief season, the town's name travels outward again, tied to engines and endurance, and an event that draws people who may never see the circle at all. The city carries both identities without letting either erase the other. The planned downtown remains the civic heart. The raceway remains a separate, powerful magnet. Together, they form a town that has both continuity and surprise. The ridge landscape reinforces that continuity. Central Florida scrub and hammock terrain survive in protected pockets around the region, reminders of what the ridge looked like before development. In those preserved areas, the interior feels older than the road, with dense vegetation, sandy soil, and a stillness that is not a slogan but a condition. You begin to understand that Sebring's plan was laid onto a land that already had its own structure. The ridge was stable, the lakes were persistent, and the scrub was adapted to harsh sun and periodic fire. The town's human design exists within that deeper natural design. Sebring's neighborhoods reflect a town that expected people to stay. Older homes on shaded streets suggest long settlement and repair rather than turnover. Mid-century buildings show later growth when the interior became more populated and more connected. The city expanded, yet it retained a sense of being organized rather than accidental. That organization comes from the circle, from the ridge, and from the lakes that prevent endless sprawl. It comes from geography cooperating with planning in a way that does not happen everywhere. For Route 27, Sebring is an important Florida chapter because it marks a clear transition in the feel of the interior. Earlier cities carried the engineered lines of water control and the broad horizon near the lake. Sebring introduces ridge country more fully, higher ground, defined centers, and a sense of permanence built into the street plan itself. It also introduces a different kind of identity, the ability of a small inland town to carry a global name through a specific event without losing the everyday reality that gave it stability in the first place. The best way to understand Sebring is to start at the circle, then widen outward. The center tells you the town was planned to be a community. The ridge tells you the ground could support that plan. The lakes tell you the town has edges and orientation. The raceway tells you the place learned to reuse what history left behind. These elements fit together without effort because they were formed by the same forces: land, work, adaptation, and the steady preference for function over performance. Sebring endures because it never needed to pretend. It did not have to compete with the coast. It did not have to chase a new identity every decade. It could keep its center, serve its region, carry its manufacturing memory, and welcome an international event on its own terms. That combination gives the town a distinctive weight. It feels like a place with a shape, a past, and a future that remains connected to the same ridge ground where the plan began. Route 27 continues north from here into more interior towns, each with its own reasons for existing, each with its own balance between land and life. Sebring leaves behind a clear lesson: a town built with intention, placed on stable ground, and willing to reuse what history provides can remain recognizable even as decades change. The circle still defines the center. The ridge still supports the plan. The inland road moves on, but Sebring remains a place where structure and continuity are visible in plain sight. Chapter 5. Lake Placid. Lakeside paths and ridge country calm, where the town keeps its own pace, where the ridge town paints its memory. Lake Placid sits on central Florida's higher ground, in a landscape that feels more settled than the flat country farther south. The town belongs to the Lake Wales Ridge, a long spine of sand and scrub that rises modestly above the surrounding interior and changes what a community can become. On the ridge, drainage is better, the air can feel slightly drier, and the lakes hold their edges with a little more definition. Those differences are subtle on a map, but they shape daily life. They are part of why a small town here can feel anchored, even when Florida around it seems always in motion. The name Lake Placid carries an expectation of calm, but the town's real character is built on work and deliberate choices. Before it became a place that people associated with murals and gardens, it was a settlement that formed where land could be farmed and water could be reached. The earliest residents lived with a practical sense of the ridge. They knew where the soil held, where the scrub resisted, and where the lakes offered both beauty and livelihood. In interior Florida, the ability to stay has always mattered more than the ability to arrive. Lake Placid's early history follows a familiar interior pattern. A small settlement develops near water, grows around basic commerce, then becomes more defined as roads and services connect it to the broader region. The town's center took shape with modest storefronts and civic buildings that reflected the expectations of a community that planned to endure. It was never built as a spectacle. It was built as a place where people could raise families, farm, run shops, and live within reach of lakes that shaped the local rhythm. Agriculture gave the town its first lasting identity. Citrus, cattle, and small farms in Highlands County formed an economy that relied on seasons rather than crowds. Groves offered work that demanded patience and attention, and ranch land taught a different kind of steadiness. These were livelihoods tied to weather and soil rather than quick profit. Towns that grow this way tend to keep a certain restraint, even when new growth comes later. They learn early that the future is rarely guaranteed, and they build for continuity. Over time, Lake Placid developed a reputation for something unexpectedly specific and distinctly local: caladiums. The plant's broad, patterned leaves have a brightness that seems made for Florida, and the town became known for growing and distributing caladium bulbs. This is not a flashy fame, but it is a meaningful one. It ties the town to the idea of cultivation, to an industry built on careful propagation and seasonal cycles. In a state often reduced to palm silhouettes and shoreline imagery, Lake Placid's identity as a center for ornamental horticulture is a reminder that the interior has its own forms of craft and commerce. The town's relationship with its lakes is equally important. Lake Placid, Lake June in winter, and other nearby waters shape the town's sense of scale. They provide borders that keep the community from feeling endless, and they create a kind of openness that is different from the flat prairie farther south. The lakes invite fishing, boating, and a slower weekend pace, but they also shape the daily imagination. Living beside water does that. It gives the horizon a soft limit and makes the town feel held in place by something older than streets and lots. Yet what makes Lake Placid stand out most clearly is not its ridge setting or its agriculture. It is the town's decision to tell its story in public. Over the last few decades, Lake Placid became known as the town of murals, a place where building walls carry scenes of local history, work, and memory. This did not happen by accident. It was a choice, a community project that turned blank surfaces into a visual record. In a small town, that kind of choice matters. It signals that the past is not something to hide behind renovations. It is something to acknowledge and carry forward. The murals do more than decorate. They shape how the town is experienced. They create a downtown that invites attention without demanding it. You can stand at a corner and feel the place telling you what it values. Early settlement, agriculture, lake life, local figures, and everyday scenes that might otherwise be forgotten. The murals also solve a quiet problem that many interior towns face. As storefronts change and businesses come and go, a downtown can lose its continuity. Lake Placid chose to build continuity into the walls themselves. This is a form of preservation that fits the town's scale. It does not require grand museums or monumental architecture. It requires commitment and a shared belief that local stories matter. In that way, the murals are an extension of the town's broader identity. Lake Placid has always been shaped by people willing to cultivate something patiently, whether it is groves, bulbs, or civic pride. The murals are another crop, grown over time, tended by community effort. Lake Placid's built environment supports this sense of deliberate character. The town's streets and blocks have the measured feel of a place that grew in steps rather than surges. There are older homes and mid-century structures that show how families settled and stayed, building additions rather than abandoning the core. The commercial areas feel practical, oriented towards serving residents and the surrounding countryside. Even when seasonal visitors arrive, the town does not shift into performance. It remains itself, grounded in routine. Nearby, the ridge's scrub landscapes offer a deeper context. Florida scrub is an older ecosystem adapted to sand, sun, and fire cycles that shaped the ridge long before modern development. Preserved areas around Lake Placid protect fragments of that original interior, with plants and terrain that feel distinct from the peninsula's flatter, wetter regions. Standing near those scrub edges, you can sense how specific this land is. It is not generic Florida. It is a particular kind of high, sandy country, and it has always required a certain respect. The town's community identity also reflects a quieter form of regional history, one shaped by proximity to larger training grounds and installations in the interior during the mid-20th century. Highlands County and the Ridge region experienced periods when the skies carried more aircraft and the roads carried more uniforms, not as political symbols, but as the lived texture of a time when training and preparation expanded into rural spaces. For residents, that kind of era is remembered in ordinary ways. New faces in town, rented rooms, busier cafes, and the sense that even a small ridge community was connected to a wider national effort. The lasting impact was not grand narrative, but the way the town learned to absorb change and then return to itself. Lake Placid's story is also a lesson in how small towns protect their identity without becoming closed. Many communities either cling too tightly to the past or discard it too quickly. Lake Placid found a different approach. It keeps its scale. It honors its working roots. It presents its history in plain sight. It cultivates a reputation that is specific enough to be real, whether that reputation is caladium fields or mural walls. It does not attempt to be a resort town, and it does not attempt to imitate larger neighbors. It stands where it is, on ridge ground above the interior flats, and allows that setting to shape its character. In the broader chain of Route 27 cities, Lake Placid follows Sebring's plan center and sits within the same ridge geography, but it carries a different emphasis. Sebring's story turns on form and reuse, on a circle and an airfield adapted into a landmark. Lake Placid's story turns on community expression, on a town that chose to make its memory visible and to tie its identity to cultivation. The two places share higher ground and nearby lakes, yet they feel different, which is exactly what the ridge does. It supports variation within continuity. There is also something important in Lake Placid's refusal to be reduced to one thing. It is not only murals. It is not only horticulture. It is not only lake life. It is the layering of these elements that makes the town feel complete. A community that can hold multiple identities without losing its center tends to endure. It can welcome newcomers without dissolving. It can absorb economic shifts without becoming unrecognizable. Lake Placid's strength lies in that balance. To understand Lake Placid is to understand the interior at a human scale. This is a place where history is not lodged in grand institutions. It is carried in local projects, in cultivated fields, in small downtown corners where walls become archives. It is carried in how the town maintains its center and how it chooses to be seen. In a state often defined by its edges, Lake Placid is a reminder that the interior has its own aesthetic, its own labor, and its own memory. The ridge will continue north, and Route 27 will keep linking towns that grew from land and necessity. But Lake Placid leaves a particular impression. It shows that a small town can shape its narrative without exaggeration, that it can celebrate what it has without turning itself into a performance. It offers a model of continuity that is not static. It is lived, tended, and renewed, one wall, one season, one careful choice at a time. Chapter 6. Leesburg. Venetian Gardens, where bridges and water paths frame the town's lake country center. Where the chain of lakes built a town. Leesburg sits where water and firm ground meet in a way that encourages settlement. In Central Florida, the lakes are not ornaments. They are infrastructure. They shape where people live, how goods move, and how a town learns what it is for. Leesburg grew beside Lake Griffin and within reach of a whole connected system, the Harris chain of lakes, that gave the interior its own routes long before highways carried most traffic. The town's history is the history of that water network becoming a marketplace, then becoming a community, then becoming a steadier kind of home. The land here does not feel like the engineered flat south of Lake Okeechobee, and it does not feel like ridge country either. It is lake country, a landscape of shorelines, wetlands, oak hammocks, and raised ground that offers settlement without constant struggle. Early residents recognized that advantage quickly. They did not need to invent a town from nothing. They needed to connect what already existed: productive land, navigable water, and a growing demand for citrus and other goods from the interior. Leesburg's beginnings were modest and practical. The earliest settlement formed around basic services and a simple truth. People working the surrounding land needed a center where supplies could be bought, goods could be shipped, and news could be exchanged. As the 19th century progressed, Central Florida's interior began drawing more permanent families, and small communities like this one became anchors. A town that could offer stability near a large lake had an edge, because the lake did some of the hauling that roads could not yet do reliably. Water travel shaped early commerce here. Steamboats and small lake craft connected communities around the chain, carrying produce, lumber, and passengers. For Leesburg, that meant being part of a network rather than being isolated. The lakes were like linked streets across water, and the town's position allowed it to serve a broad rural region. When a community grows with water travel, it develops a certain orientation. It faces outward to its hinterland. It measures distance by access and connection, not by straight lines on a map. As roads improved and rail lines reached deeper into Florida, that network changed, but it did not disappear. Rail and road gave Leesburg a new advantage by turning it into a shipping point for inland agriculture. Citrus groves spread reminder after reminder across Lake County, and the town became part of the system that picked fruit, packed it, and sent it outward. That work required labor, storage, and timing. It required warehouses and packing houses, and it required a town that could handle the rhythms of harvest and shipment without falling apart. This is one of the defining patterns of Leesburg's early growth. It developed as a service center, not as a showplace. The town's downtown took shape with the steady look of commerce that expects to be needed: storefronts, banks, offices, and modest civic buildings. It was built for daily use. Even when architecture reflected the optimism of the early 20th century, the town's identity stayed rooted in practical exchange. People came to Leesburg because they had to, not because they were escaping to it. The Florida land boom of the 1920s touched nearly every town in the state, and Leesburg was no exception. Growth accelerated, new development arrived, and the interior felt briefly like a frontier of endless opportunity. Then the boom broke, leaving behind hard lessons and a reshaped sense of what was durable. Towns that survived those swings tended to do so by returning to what they could rely on. For Leesburg, that meant land, water, agriculture, and the everyday commerce that supported them. The town also had to live with Florida's recurring risks. Cold snaps and freezes in the 20th century challenged citrus across the state, forcing shifts in where groves could thrive and how agricultural businesses spread their risk. Leesburg's resilience came from not being tied to a single crop forever. As citrus patterns changed, other forms of cultivation grew in importance. The region became known for nurseries and foliage, an interior green industry that suited the climate and the available land. Leesburg remained a hub for growers and distributors because it had already learned how to be a hub. That shift matters because it shows a deeper strength in the town's character. Leesburg is not only about what grew in a given decade. It is about the ability to pivot within the same working landscape. A town that can move from packing fruit to cultivating plants, from shipping crates to shipping living stock, is a town that understands continuity as a practice. It keeps its relevance by adapting without pretending to become something else. The lakes, meanwhile, continued shaping the town's identity in a different way. As Florida grew and leisure began to spread deeper into the interior, lake towns gained a second audience. Fishing and boating became part of a larger regional identity, and Leesburg benefited from being placed within a chain of lakes that invited exploration. Yet this did not turn the town into a resort veneer. The lake life here remains connected to local knowledge and routine. It is not a performance. It is a relationship with water that has always been present. One of the most visible expressions of that relationship is how Leesburg maintains public edges along the water. The lakes are not hidden behind private walls everywhere. There are places where the shoreline is meant to be seen and used, where parks and walkways create a civic boundary between town and lake. These spaces are not only about recreation, they are about belonging. They tell residents that the lake is part of the town's identity, not merely a view to be claimed. Leesburg's sense of place is also shaped by its location within Central Florida's interior crossroads. It sits close enough to larger regional centers to feel connected, yet far enough to retain its own rhythm. Over time, that position has influenced its growth. People can live in the region and still feel tied to water, to older neighborhoods, and to the idea of a town with a defined center. Leesburg has expanded, but it still holds a recognizable core where the city's earlier purpose is visible. Downtown, the town's history can be read in layers. Older blocks carry the memory of early commerce, when proximity to the lake and to shipping routes mattered for survival. Later buildings reflect periods when the interior grew, when Florida's population expanded beyond the coasts, and when towns like Leesburg needed to serve both residents and surrounding rural areas. The shape of the place is not accidental. It reflects decades of being useful. The lake itself offers a longer perspective. Lake Griffin and the connected waters nearby are part of the larger system that feeds into the Ocala River. Long before modern development, these waterways supported abundant wildlife and the older rhythms of Central Florida. The town's story is inseparable from that natural history. It is easy to treat a lake as a blank surface, but in places like this, water is the reason the town exists at all. It is the original road. For Route 27, Leesburg serves as a clear marker of interior Florida's lake country identity. The earlier chapters introduced engineered ground and the broad horizon of big water. Here, water becomes a network again, a chain of linked basins that created opportunity for settlement and trade. Leesburg belongs to that network. It grew because it could connect farms and groves to wider markets, and it endures because it can still connect a region to itself. There is a balance in Leesburg between growth and familiarity. Some Florida towns lose their identity when they expand, turning into corridors without a center. Leesburg has resisted that fully happening because the lakes and the older town plan create edges and anchors. The town can add neighborhoods, widen roads, and serve new residents, but it still returns to the same essential geometry: a town near water, serving a larger landscape, organized around access. The most honest way to understand Leesburg is to see it as an interior town shaped by exchange. Goods moved through here. People gathered here. Services concentrated here. The lakes made that possible first, then rail and roads extended it. Over time, the town's economy shifted and adapted, but the underlying purpose stayed steady. Leesburg was built to connect, to supply, to ship, and to hold a community together within a lake-shaped interior. That is why it fits Route 27 so well. This road is not built on spectacle. It is built on places that mattered because they worked. Leesburg carries that legacy with a quieter confidence, not because it seeks attention, but because its history is written into how it was used. The chain of lakes built the town, and the town learned to keep building itself in return. Chapter 7: Ocala. Horse country over limestone ground, where pastures and live oaks shape the inland heart, where limestone and horses define the heartland. Ocala sits on ground that changes the way Florida feels. The peninsula is often imagined as flat and watery, but here the land begins to rise in small, real contours, and the earth beneath it is not only sand. Limestone lies close to the surface, shaping springs, sinkholes, and the hidden plumbing of the interior. That geology matters. It explains why water gathers and emerges so clearly nearby, and it helps explain why the region became known for pasture, shade, and long stretches of open land suited to animals that require space and care. Before Ocala became identified with horses and the green sweep of Marion County, it was a practical settlement in an interior that was still being mapped by necessity. Early routes followed higher ground and reliable water. People gathered where they could farm, raise livestock, and stay connected to other communities without being trapped by wet season and floodplain. Ocala's early growth came from serving that interior network, a place where supplies could be found, repairs made, and trade done in a landscape that demanded self-reliance. The town's name is often tied to earlier native presence in the region, and the broader area carries deep history that predates streets and plats by centuries. Even when those older layers are not visible in the built environment, they remain part of the land's identity. The springs and hammocks nearby were not discoveries. They were known places long before they were written into brochures or mapped into parcels. Ocala formed later, but it formed within that older geography. As the 19th century moved on, the interior of Florida changed with rail connections and expanding agricultural markets. Towns that could link farms to shipping routes gained weight quickly. Ocala benefited from being placed within reach of multiple productive landscapes: pasture, citrus country, and timbered areas that could be worked and milled. The town became a regional center not because it offered spectacle, but because it offered function. Its streets and early commercial blocks developed around that logic, built to serve a large radius of countryside rather than a narrow waterfront. The limestone under Marion County also carried economic importance. Rock that could be quarried and used for construction and roadbed gave the region a material advantage, and the same geologic conditions contributed to the clear springs that became famous nearby. Springs are not only scenery. In a Florida interior that once depended on reliable water sources, a spring is a resource and a landmark at once. The presence of Silver Springs, just east of town, gave Ocala a close relationship to one of the state's most recognizable natural features, a place where water emerges with clarity and volume that feels almost unreal. Silver Springs shaped the region's reputation in ways that were both practical and cultural. It drew visitors long before Florida's modern tourism economy took shape, and it became a place where people came to see the interior's natural power made visible. The spring's clear basin, the surrounding palms and cypress, and the steady flow of water turned a geologic fact into a shared experience. For Ocala, that meant the town lived near a landmark that kept reminding the wider world that Central Florida held more than beaches and ports. At the same time, Ocala's identity was never only tied to the spring. The town matured as a service center, a place with a recognizable downtown and a steady commercial life. Older blocks, a central square, and long-lived institutions gave Ocala the feel of a community that expected to be permanent. Even as the state grew and new development shifted attention toward coasts and highway corridors, Ocala remained rooted in its regional role. It was a hub for surrounding towns and rural properties, a place where people came to buy, sell, attend events, and maintain connections. Then, over time, another identity grew into dominance: horses. Marion County's pastureland, climate, and soil conditions proved unusually suited to breeding and training thoroughbreds. Horse farms began spreading across the countryside in a pattern that reshaped the region's visual character. White fences, open fields, and long lines of oaks became part of the landscape. This was not decorative. It was infrastructure for a specialized industry that depends on careful land management, veterinary expertise, and steady investment. The horse world is built on patience and routine, and those qualities fit the interior. Ocala's reputation as a center of the horse industry developed through accumulation rather than announcement. Farms expanded, training centers grew, and a network of supporting businesses took shape alongside them. Feed and tack, farriers, veterinarians, transport services, and event grounds created an economy with its own rhythms. In the process, the region gained a distinct identity that set it apart from other Florida interiors. Here, the countryside became a working landscape of animals that require care, space, and continuity. It is one of the clearest examples in the state of how land use can create culture. This horse-centered identity also shaped how people imagine Ocala, even if they never visit a farm. The town became associated with open fields and disciplined training, with the sense that this interior holds a kind of order and tradition that is rare in a state often defined by rapid change. It is not the only story of Ocala, but it is an essential one. The city and its surrounding county became a place where the future is built through repetition, through careful daily practice, and through a respect for animals and land that cannot be rushed. Ocala's natural surroundings reinforce that deeper character. Nearby forested land, including vast stretches of Ocala National Forest, provides a contrasting scale to the farms and neighborhoods. Pine flatwoods, scrub, and hammock patches create an interior that feels older than development, shaped by fire cycles and sandy soil. In those forests, Florida's interior is not themed or curated. It is simply present. The forest provides a kind of regional boundary, a reminder that even in a developed state, large landscapes remain that do not bend easily to planning. The relationship between town, farm, and forest creates a balance that is uncommon. Ocala can feel both grounded and open. It has a defined center and an obvious identity, yet it also sits beside large landscapes that keep the horizon wide. This is part of what makes the city important for Route 27. The road links communities that reveal interior Florida in different ways. Ocala reveals it through limestone and springs, through pasture and horses, and through forest edges that keep the land from becoming only subdivisions and strip corridors. The city's growth across the 20th century reflected broader Florida patterns, but with local distinctions. As transportation improved, Ocala's role as a regional hub strengthened. People could live farther out and still come into town for goods and services. New neighborhoods appeared. Commercial areas extended. Yet the town retained a sense of center that many rapidly growing places lose. Downtown remained a place of return rather than a relic. The surrounding countryside, with its farms and forest, kept the city from expanding in a single unbroken sprawl. Like many interior communities, Ocala also experienced periods when national events changed local tempo without permanently redefining local identity. Training activity and expanded use of regional airfields brought moments when the town's routines included unfamiliar movement and new faces. Those eras are remembered less through grand narrative than through the small changes people notice. Busier streets, rented rooms, and the sense that an interior town was briefly connected to a wider urgency. When those periods passed, Ocala returned to what it has always done best, serving the region, maintaining its agricultural and equine roots, and living within the constraints and gifts of its land. The most enduring impression of Ocala is not a single landmark, but a combination of place and purpose. The limestone beneath the city and county shapes water and terrain. The springs nearby make that geology visible. The pastureland creates a world where horses are not symbolism, but daily work. The forest reinforces the scale of the interior. Together, these elements give Ocala a character that cannot be mistaken for a coastal city or a theme corridor. It is a working interior community with an identity built from what the land allows and what people chose to cultivate over generations. For Route 27, Ocala represents a shift in the Florida portion of the journey. Earlier chapters followed engineered ground and lake-edge towns defined by water management and broad horizons. Ocala brings the ridge and limestone interior into sharper focus. It introduces the horse country identity that is central to this part of the state, and it places the road within a landscape that feels both older and more structured than the low flats behind it. To understand Ocala is to understand how Florida's interior can be defined by care rather than speed. Springs emerge because geology insists. Horses thrive because land and practice align. Forest remains because it is too large to be erased casually. The city holds these forces in a working balance, and that balance is what gives the place its weight. Route 27 passes through many communities that endure because they are useful. Ocala endures because it is useful, but also because it is distinctive, shaped by limestone water and horse country discipline in a way that is hard to replicate elsewhere. Georgia. Georgia carries Route 27 out of Florida's managed water and into a different kind of interior. Here the land tightens into red clay fields, pine stands, and small towns built around courthouse squares, rail sidings, and the steady exchange of farm goods. The road moves through places that grew from work and proximity, where a downtown is still measured by daily errands and familiar names rather than visitors. History in this stretch lives in ordinary structures that stayed useful: brick storefronts, depots, mills, and the long continuity of communities that learned how to endure without needing to be noticed. As Route 27 climbs north, Georgia's towns show a quieter strength, shaped by cycles of harvest, trade, and rebuilding. These are places where education, local industry, and Main Street commerce left durable traces, and where the landscape itself sets the pace. The route holds to the interior, linking county seats and working centers with a sense of purpose that feels older than modern highways. Georgia becomes a bridge between Florida's lake country and the hills ahead, a state defined here by human-scale history, anchored streets, and the kind of local memory that stays close to the ground. Chapter 8. Bainbridge. On the Flint River, bridges and warehouses mark the old working crossing, where the river trade shaped a crossing. Bainbridge sits where southwest Georgia begins to feel like a world of its own. The land is lower, the sky feels wider, and water has a stronger presence than the maps suggest. The city belongs to the Flint River, a long inland current that moves steadily south and gives this part of Georgia its older logic. Before rail schedules and highway numbers, the river decided what could be shipped, what could be settled, and where a town could hold. Bainbridge formed where a crossing made sense, where boats could stop, and where people could build a working center close to the current without being swallowed by it. The earliest story here is not a story of grand arrival, but of practical placement. River landings mattered because they concentrated movement. A landing meant a place where cargo could be loaded, where supplies could be found, and where news traveled faster than it could through woods and fields. Bainbridge grew as one of those points, a river town that learned how to serve a broad countryside. In the early decades, the river was the main corridor outward. It carried timber, crops, and goods that could not be moved cheaply any other way. The town's purpose was to connect inland work to wider markets. That river economy shaped the character of the place. River towns develop a particular discipline. They do not depend on fashion. They depend on timing, water levels, and the steady rhythm of load and unload. Bainbridge became a place where commerce arrived by boat and left by boat, and where local businesses grew around that cycle. Warehouses, docks, and storage yards mattered as much as shops. A town that begins this way often carries a lasting sense of utility. Even when the river stops being the primary route, the town remembers what it was built to do. As the 19th century progressed, this region's agricultural footprint expanded, and Bainbridge's role as an exchange point deepened. Farms and plantations in the surrounding countryside produced goods that needed shipment, and the river offered the most direct outlet. Even when those goods changed over time, the underlying system remained. The town's streets and early commercial blocks formed around the expectation of trade, a downtown built to serve people coming in from rural roads and river landings alike. Bainbridge grew as a service town as much as a port, a place where rural life could access tools, credit, repairs, and the social center that work alone does not provide. The river itself shaped more than commerce. It shaped memory. People who live near a large current learn to read weather and season with a practiced eye. They know that water can be both generous and unpredictable. Floods and high water are part of the river's long conversation with the land, and towns on rivers adapt by building with caution and by accepting that nature sets certain terms. Bainbridge's location offered advantage, but it also required attention. The river could carry goods outward, but it could also press inward during storms and heavy seasons. When rail lines arrived in southwest Georgia, the region's movement changed without erasing the river's importance. Rail shifted freight patterns and connected towns to new markets more quickly. For Bainbridge, this meant becoming a broader hub. Trade no longer depended entirely on river conditions, and the town could serve a larger area with more reliability. Rail also encouraged the growth of industries tied to the region's forests and fields. Timber, turpentine, and other products of pine country moved through towns like this, and processing and storage grew where transport was efficient. Bainbridge adapted without needing to reinvent itself. It remained a connector. Through the early 20th century, the town's identity continued to form around work and the river. Downtown blocks gained sturdier brick, older storefronts and civic buildings took on more defined shapes, and the community's center became clearer. A courthouse square, common across Georgia, provided a physical anchor for the town, not as a symbol of politics, but as a symbol of permanence. Even small cities feel more durable when they have a defined core. Bainbridge's core grew from commerce and regional service, and it held as the countryside's patterns shifted. The Flint River remained a defining presence, and Bainbridge's relationship with it is best understood not as scenery, but as orientation. The river sets the town's edge and gives it an outward-facing horizon. It also connects Bainbridge to a larger system of water in this part of the South. Not far from town, the Flint meets the Chattahoochee near Lake Seminole, and those waters together form the Apalachicola River as they move toward the Gulf. This is one of the great inland water crossroads of the region. Even if modern travelers experience it only as a map fact, the geography explains why settlements here mattered long before modern road networks. Over time, the river economy shifted from steamboats and landings to recreation and water-based work that looked different but still depended on local knowledge. Fishing, boating, and lake life became part of the region's identity, and Bainbridge benefited from its access to both river and lake. Yet this did not turn the city into a resort stage. It remains a working town with a riverfront that serves residents as much as visitors. In places like this, the water's value is not only in views. It is in the way it shapes weekends, livelihoods, and the sense of being placed in a larger landscape. Route 27 enters Georgia through towns that often feel understated, and Bainbridge is a strong first chapter for the state because its history is legible. You can understand it by looking at the map and then looking at the town. The river, the rail connections, the rural hinterland, and the downtown core all fit together. This is the kind of place Route 27 is built to reveal, a city that exists because the land and water required a connector. It is not a place created to be admired from a distance. It is a place created to be used. The city also reflects the rhythm of southwest Georgia's small urban life. People come in from outlying roads for supplies, services, and events. Local businesses depend on familiarity and repeat customers. Institutions endure because they are woven into routine. Even as modern growth and retail corridors develop on the edges, there is still an older center where the town's purpose is visible. That center matters. In a region where distances between towns can feel longer than the numbers suggest, a stable hub is more than convenience. It is reassurance. Bainbridge's story includes the kinds of human-scale turning points that small cities absorb and carry. When storms hit, when markets shift, when industries change their shape, towns like this adjust by leaning on what they can still do. Bainbridge has always been able to serve, to connect, and to keep a region oriented. That is why it remains relevant even when specific industries fade or change. The river still runs. The countryside still produces. People still need a center. The town holds because its purpose is durable. There is also a quiet dignity in a city that does not overstate itself. Bainbridge is not trying to become something it is not. It does not need to claim an identity imported from elsewhere. Its identity is already present in the river bend, in the working downtown, and in the sense of movement that has always defined it. The best proof of that identity is that the city continues to matter to the people around it. That is the measure of a true regional town. For Route 27, Bainbridge introduces Georgia with the right tone. The road has left Florida's lake country and ridge towns and entered a state where courthouse squares, red clay fields, and pine country define the interior. Bainbridge stands at the southern edge of that shift, a city shaped by water trade and by the steady need for connection. It is a place where geography made a promise and people built a town that could keep it. Chapter 9, Blakely. Kalamoki Mounds, where ancient earthworks still rise above the red clay landscape. Where red clay and long memory meet. Blakely sits in southwest Georgia with the steady posture of a town that has learned how to last. The land around it is open and worked, marked by fields that change color with season and crop, and by pine and hardwood edges that hint at older landscapes beneath the plow. This part of Georgia is not built on sudden spectacle. It is built on continuity, on the rhythm of planting and harvest, and on small centers of commerce that hold a wide countryside together. Blakely is one of those centers. It carries the imprint of generations who made their lives from land and trade, and who stayed long enough to turn a settlement into a community with a clear sense of itself. The town's roots reach back to the early 19th century, when new counties and new towns were being established across Georgia's interior. Blakely formed as a seat of local life for an agricultural region that needed a dependable point of exchange. In its earliest years, the town's purpose was plain. Farmers and landowners required a place for supplies, services, and the kind of stable marketplace that makes rural work possible at scale. The roads that fed into town were not corridors for visitors. They were working routes, carrying people in and out with wagons, goods, and the slow necessities of daily life. Long before Blakely's blocks took their modern shape, the region held a deeper history that is still visible on nearby ground. Just outside town, the Kalamoki Mounds rise from the landscape with a quiet authority. They are among the largest mound sites in Georgia, a reminder that this land was not waiting to be settled. It was already inhabited, shaped, and understood by communities who built with intention and scale. The presence of the mounds changes how Blakely should be read. It places the town within a much older story of human settlement in the interior, one that predates storefronts and plats by centuries and connects the present to a past that is not abstract here. It is tangible, earthen, and still standing. Blakely's growth followed the working logic of the region. Agriculture dominated the economy, and the town developed to support it. Cotton shaped much of southwest Georgia in the 19th century and into the early 20th, creating cycles of prosperity and hardship that small towns absorbed and carried. When crops were strong, commerce tightened and expanded. When markets shifted or pests and weather intervened, towns like Blakely endured by leaning on what did not change: their role as a service center, their relationships, and the practical infrastructure of daily trade. The town's downtown blocks, modest in scale, reflect this long pattern of use. Buildings were put up to be used, not to impress, and their survival tells its own story. Transportation transformed the pace of rural towns as rail lines expanded through Georgia. When rail access reached a region, it changed the outward horizon overnight. Goods could ship farther and faster. Supplies arrived more predictably. Towns that could connect farms to rail gained strength, and Blakely benefited from being positioned as an anchor for surrounding land. The town's commercial life became more regular, tied to schedules and shipment patterns that linked the interior to wider markets. Even as modern roads later shifted the region again, the rail era left a lasting imprint in the shape of business districts and in the habits of commerce that grew around shipment and storage. As the 20th century progressed, southwest Georgia faced the same agricultural adjustments seen across the South. Cotton's dominance weakened under pressure from pests, price changes, and the rising viability of other crops. In this region, peanuts emerged as a defining crop, well suited to the soil and climate. That shift mattered for towns like Blakely because it required new expertise, new equipment, and new networks of processing and distribution. The landscape began to show different textures and different rhythms. Harvests moved at different times. Fields looked different. Small towns adapted, and those that adapted well did not need to announce it. Their survival was the announcement. Blakely became closely identified with this newer agricultural identity, not by abandoning its past, but by continuing the same fundamental role, supporting a working countryside. In towns like this, the Main Street economy is not separate from the fields. It is an extension of them. Hardware stores, equipment dealers, repair shops, feed and supply businesses, and the everyday services that keep farms functioning all tie the town's life to the land. Even in eras when retail patterns shifted, the town's deeper purpose remained intact. People still needed a place where work could be supported and where the region's routines could meet. Blakely's downtown carries that purpose in its physical character. There is a defined center with older brick buildings and long-used storefronts that suggest a town that grew in measured steps. The scale feels human. The streets do not overwhelm, and the buildings do not pretend to be larger than their function. The impression is not of a place frozen in time, but of a place that has carried time without discarding what came before. A town that keeps a coherent center tends to keep something else, too, a shared memory of where people gather, where they shop, where they meet, and where local life is visible rather than scattered. Nearby, the landscape offers reminders that agriculture is never the only story. Pine stands and mixed woods shape the edges of fields, and waterways in the region create pockets of older habitat that resist full conversion. These natural edges matter because they provide contrast. They remind the eye that the interior is not only production. It is also terrain and ecology, the older ground that farming works with rather than fully replacing. In southwest Georgia, that mix of field and woodland gives towns their setting, and it influences their identity. Blakely feels placed within a working landscape, but not one that is stripped bare. The land holds variation. The Kalamoki Mounds deepen this sense of layered place. Visiting that site, the region's history does not feel like a timeline. It feels like an overlapping set of presences. The mounds suggest community organization, skilled building, and a relationship to land that was deliberate. Blakely's later history of agriculture and trade is different in purpose, but it is also a continuation of the same basic truth. People here have long shaped land into livelihood and meaning. The forms changed, but the impulse to build something lasting on this ground remained. Blakely also carries the marks of 20th century resilience in quieter ways. Like many small towns, it absorbed the pressures of economic swings, changing retail patterns, and the steady pull of larger cities. Yet it remained because it still served a region that needed it. Rural towns do not survive on sentiment. They survive on relevance. Blakely's relevance has been tied to its ability to provide a center for the surrounding countryside and to maintain a place where community identity remains visible and public in familiar blocks and in shared spaces that have not been erased. The town's cultural life reflects this endurance. In smaller communities, traditions often live in seasonal events, school rhythms, local gatherings, and the ordinary practice of showing up. These are not always written into brochures, but they form the real continuity of a town. Blakely's identity has been shaped by the work ethic of agriculture and by the social ties that agriculture requires. People depend on one another in practical ways. That dependence becomes a culture. It creates a tone that outsiders often mistake for simplicity, but which is better understood as familiarity earned over time. For Route 27, Blakely matters because it shows another face of interior Georgia. Bainbridge introduced the river and the older trade logic of water. Blakely introduces a different kind of interior strength, a town shaped by land-based agriculture and by the long habit of serving a rural region. It is not built on a single landmark alone, even though the nearby mounds are extraordinary. It is built on a role, and roles can be more durable than attractions. The town exists because it was needed, and it continues because it remains useful. Blakely's strongest impression is that it does not hurry. It does not present itself as newly discovered. It does not seek to be remade in someone else's image. It stands on red clay ground that has supported farms and families for generations, near ancient earthworks that remind the present it is not the first era of human design in this landscape. The town story is the story of a center that held, through changing crops, changing transport, and changing decades, and that continued to gather local life into a place with a name, a shape, and a memory. In the chain of Route 27 cities, Blakely is a chapter about persistence. It is a place where history is not a separate subject. It is part of the everyday setting, visible in the older blocks downtown, in the fields beyond town, and in the mounds nearby that stand as proof of a much deeper past. Blakely holds all of that without insisting on attention. It simply remains, and in remaining, it tells the truth of Southwest Georgia's interior. Chapter 10, Cuthbert. On the square, the courthouse and brick storefronts hold the town's steady center, where learning and rails held the center. Cuthbert sits in the broad interior of Southwest Georgia, a town that feels measured rather than hurried. The land around it is worked and open, with long sightlines across fields and stands of pine and hardwood that gather at the edges. On a map, it can look like one more dot along a northward route, but on the ground its shape is clear. Cuthbert is a place organized around a center that was meant to last. The town grew with the expectations of a county seat, but what gives it a distinct identity is not authority. It is endurance. It is the way a small town tries to keep its square, its institutions, and its memory intact through changing decades. The town's early life was shaped by the practical needs of a growing interior region. People needed a stable marketplace, a place for services, and a point where roads converged with some reliability. Cuthbert was laid out with that purpose in mind. Its streets formed around a central square, and the square became the town's anchor. In communities like this, the square is more than geometry. It is the place where daily life becomes visible, where commerce finds a steady address, and where the town's identity gathers in public rather than scattering to the edges. As the 19th century progressed, Southwest Georgia's economy pushed towns toward networks of shipment and storage. Agriculture dominated the surrounding land, and Cuthbert developed as a hub that could support it. Goods had to move, supplies had to arrive, and information needed a place to concentrate. Even when the region's crops and markets shifted over time, a town with a functioning center could keep serving the countryside. Cuthbert's buildings and blocks still carry that older expectation. They were built for use, for repetition, for the long practice of people coming and going with the same needs. One of the most defining changes for Cuthbert, as for many inland towns, was the arrival of the railroad. Rails altered distance. They tightened the connection between rural counties and wider markets, and they gave towns a new kind of importance if they could secure a depot and the supporting commerce that came with it. In Cuthbert, the rail era left a lasting imprint. It was not only about shipment. It was about a new rhythm, schedules, arrivals, departures, and the steady pulse of freight and passengers that made a small town feel connected to places beyond its horizon. The presence of the railroad also shaped the town's commercial life. Businesses clustered near the lines that carried goods outward. Warehouses and storage facilities became part of the working landscape. Shops and services benefited from the increased movement. The town's identity became linked to being a point of transfer, a place that could gather what the countryside produced and send it on. That function is easy to overlook today, when roads do most of the visible work, but it remains part of the town's underlying structure. Even now, Cuthbert feels like a place designed to connect. Alongside rails and commerce, Cuthbert developed another identity that has proven just as durable: education. Andrew College, founded in the mid-19th century, brought a different kind of permanence to the town. A college does not rely on a single harvest. It relies on continuity, on a calendar that returns every year, on buildings that must be maintained, and on a community that learns to live with students coming and going. In a small town, that cycle matters. It adds life to downtown streets. It supports local businesses. It creates a sense that the town is not only a service center for fields and farms, but also a place where learning and tradition have a home. The college's long presence also shapes the way the town is remembered. Families often measure their local history through institutions. They remember who attended, who taught, who worked there, and how the school influenced the town's rhythm. In places like Cuthbert, that kind of memory can matter as much as any industry. When other economic patterns change, education can keep a town's center from fully hollowing out. It does not solve everything, but it holds a line. It keeps a sense of purpose within walking distance of the square. Cuthbert's built environment reflects these layered identities. The town has older residential streets with homes that suggest earlier prosperity and long settlement. You see the forms that many Georgia towns carry: shaded lots, porches, brick and wood structures that have been repaired rather than replaced. The presence of historic housing stock is not simply aesthetic. It indicates continuity. It means people invested in staying, and that the town had enough stability for families to build homes meant to endure decades, not seasons. Downtown, the square and surrounding blocks show the same pattern. Storefronts may change, signage may shift, but the bones remain. Brick buildings stand where earlier commerce took place, and the street layout still funnels attention toward the center. Cuthbert is not a place that lost its shape. It is a place still trying to live within it. That effort is visible in small choices: maintained facades, preserved structures, and the way public spaces are treated as part of identity rather than as leftover land. The town's history includes the familiar disruptions of war and national upheaval, but the way those disruptions are remembered locally is usually human and specific. Young men left, families waited, names were spoken in churches and on porches, and life resumed with absences that did not fade quickly. Memorials and local recollections are often the most lasting traces, not grand narratives. In Cuthbert, as in many small towns, the strongest historical imprint of those years is the way the community learned to endure loss and then return to routine. The square remained. The school terms resumed. The county roads filled again with wagons, later with trucks, and the town kept doing what it was built to do: serve as a center. Across the 20th century, Cuthbert faced the same pressures that touched many rural towns: changing retail patterns, the pull of larger cities, the consolidation of agriculture, and the shift from rail-centered movement to highway-centered movement. These shifts affected the town's economy and its downtown vitality. Yet Cuthbert remained because it still served a region that needed it, and because it carried assets that were not easily replaced: a defined center, a college, and a built environment that held memory in physical form. Route 27 passes through places that reveal interior America by function and continuity rather than by spectacle. Cuthbert fits that pattern. It does not announce itself as a destination. It presents itself as a town that has been needed. People came here for supplies and services. Students came for classes and returned home with names of streets and buildings lodged in their memory. Families built lives near the square and watched the town adjust to new eras. That accumulation of ordinary life is the true history of a place like this. Cuthbert's location in southwest Georgia also matters for the tone of the route. After Bainbridge's river identity and Blakely's deep time landscape, Cuthbert adds another layer: a town defined by the pairing of rails and learning. The presence of the depot era and the college era gives it a dual rhythm: commerce and education, shipment and study, outward movement and inward investment. That combination makes the town feel more complete than a single industry might. It creates a community that can absorb change while still keeping a recognizable core. The most revealing way to understand Cuthbert is to stand near the square and imagine the town in motion across generations. Farmers arriving with needs that could not be met out on rural roads. Merchants opening doors early, depending on repeat customers and familiar faces. Students moving between campus and downtown, adding a seasonal pulse. Trains arriving with freight, then later fewer trains, then mostly roads taking over. In that long sequence, the square remains the constant reference point. It is the place that tells you the town expected to endure. There is also a particular strength in towns that do not try to reinvent themselves every decade. Reinvention can be a sign of vitality, but it can also be a sign of instability. Cuthbert's character is steadier. It is a town that has adjusted in practical ways without discarding its center. It has carried its older streets and buildings forward with repairs, reuse, and the stubborn logic of continued existence. That is not dramatic. It is real. For Route 27, Cuthbert becomes a chapter about the kind of interior town that holds a region together by holding its own shape. It shows how a square can anchor identity, how rails can expand a town's horizon, and how an institution like a college can provide continuity even when other patterns shift. Cuthbert does not need to be large to matter. It only needs to remain a center for the people around it, and to keep its story visible in streets, buildings, and the returning cadence of everyday life. Chapter 11, LaGrange. Terraced gardens and stonework, where industry and cultivation shared the same city, where mills and gardens shaped a city. LaGrange rises in West Georgia as a city shaped by work that stayed close to the ground and by beauty that required steady care. The land here rolls instead of flattening, and the region sits close to the Chattahoochee's long corridor, a setting that made settlement practical and commerce repeatable. LaGrange did not grow as a resort or a showplace. It grew as a regional center where goods could be traded, skills could be applied, and a community could build a life with more than one purpose. In the early 19th century, when inland Georgia towns were forming around markets and services, LaGrange emerged with a sense of order. A town like this needed a recognizable center and a network of roads that brought people in for supplies, repairs, and the everyday transactions that a rural region cannot perform at every crossroads. The surrounding countryside produced what the land would support, and LaGrange became the place where that production could be gathered into commerce. Over time, that simple function created familiarity. Merchants learned their customers. Families returned to the same blocks. A downtown began to feel like a shared room rather than a strip of buildings. Agriculture shaped the first long era of the city's economy. Cotton was the dominant measure of land and livelihood across much of West Georgia, and the region's farms and plantations relied on towns like LaGrange for equipment, credit, storage, and trade. Even without turning this into a political story, the local pattern is clear. A crop economy creates a calendar. It also creates dependencies. When the crop is strong, streets are busier. When prices fall or weather turns, towns feel the contraction. LaGrange learned early that survival comes from staying useful in both seasons. Transportation expanded the city's reach. As rail connections spread through Georgia, West Georgia towns that could tie into the network gained access to wider markets and a steadier flow of supplies. Rail schedules changed distance in practical ways. They tightened the time between production and shipment. They encouraged warehouses, yards, and businesses that could manage movement. LaGrange developed with that rail era in its bones, and the city's commercial life adjusted to the rhythm of arrival and departure. From that rhythm came a deeper transformation: manufacturing. Textile mills and related work rose in the region and shifted the economic center of gravity from field to factory. A mill town is shaped by different sounds and different timing. Shift whistles replace sunrise as the first cue of the day. Machinery requires maintenance and skilled hands. Housing grows near work because time matters when shifts change. LaGrange's mill history became a signature, building neighborhoods and creating a workforce with routines that were steady even when harvest seasons changed. This industrial identity did not appear as a single event. It accumulated through investment, expansion, and the creation of supporting systems. Families and enterprises that built mills often invested in civic institutions as well: churches, schools, libraries, and public spaces that made the city feel intentional rather than temporary. The result was a downtown and a broader city that read as established, with brick blocks, long-running businesses, and institutions that reinforced the idea that LaGrange was meant to remain a center for generations. Education added another layer that made the city's rhythm more complex. LaGrange is home to one of Georgia's older colleges, an institution that brings a returning calendar that is different from industrial schedules. Terms begin and end. Students arrive and leave. Faculty and staff build long careers. Local businesses learn to serve both residents and the seasonal pulse of campus life. In a city of this size, that second cadence matters. It steadies identity when any one sector changes, and it adds a sense of tradition that does not depend on a single employer. The Chattahoochee corridor sits close to the city's story as well. Even when the river is not visible from downtown streets, its presence shapes the region's identity through water use, landscape, and nearby open space. Over time, managed lakes and reservoirs in the area changed shorelines and created new ways for residents to experience water, not as distant scenery, but as part of weekend life and regional orientation. In West Georgia, water is both resource and relief, and LaGrange benefits from being near that balance. What most distinguishes LaGrange from many manufacturing cities is that cultivation became part of the public identity rather than remaining private. The region is known for formal gardens and preserved estates where landscape design is deliberate and maintained over decades. Hills and Dales Estate and its terraced grounds offer one of the clearest examples, a place where stonework, paths, and plantings reflect patience and taste. This garden tradition does not erase the mill story. It sits beside it, suggesting a city that valued more than production, a city that chose to invest in spaces that require care long after the first plans are drawn. Historic homes and preserved properties add to this sense of layered time. Streets lined with older residences, shaded lots, and repaired structures tell a story of families who expected to stay. In LaGrange, you can read those eras in architecture that ranges from modest early homes to larger estates, each reflecting a period of growth and a confidence in the city's durability. Preservation here is not only nostalgia. It is a practical choice to keep identity visible in brick, wood, and street pattern rather than allowing everything to become interchangeable. Downtown LaGrange reflects that same layered character. The city has expanded, but it has not abandoned its core. There is still a sense that the center matters, that it carries the public face of the community. In many places, industrial growth pushes development outward until the heart of town becomes a corridor people pass without noticing. LaGrange has resisted the worst version of that drift by keeping a functioning downtown and by reinforcing the core with institutions and public investments that bring people back into the center for real reasons. The industrial story continues in modern form. Manufacturing and related work still matter, even as the mix has evolved. What makes LaGrange notable is the way the city carries its working identity without flattening its personality. There is a difference between a town that has jobs and a town that has a story. LaGrange has both. Mills and industry created a workforce and a civic ambition. Education added a wider horizon. Gardens and preserved landscapes provided a counterpoint that kept the city from being defined only by production and shipment. Because Route 27 links inland cities that were built to serve their regions, LaGrange fits the project's purpose perfectly. The city is not a side road stop. It is a West Georgia center with deep reasons for being where it is. The route connects places shaped by geography and work, and LaGrange shows how those forces can produce a city with multiple identities that grow side by side. In the same blocks where commerce and industry once set the pace, you can also find signs of cultivation and tradition, a reminder that a community can value care as much as output. To understand LaGrange, pay attention to the balance. This is a city where industrial routines and civic life develop together, not in competition, but in parallel. A mill economy created steady work and built neighborhoods that live close to their history. A college brought a different calendar and a longer memory. Gardens and preserved grounds suggested that the city was worth tending, not just using. That combination is not common everywhere. It takes decades of decision and a willingness to keep investing in place. As Route 27 continues north, other towns will express their own versions of continuity, some through river trade, some through manufacturing, some through landscape. LaGrange stands out because it demonstrates how an inland city can be shaped by production and still create room for cultivation. Mills and gardens might seem like separate worlds, but here they describe the same city, a working place with a public face that is cared for, maintained, and renewed through generations of everyday life. Chapter 12, Carrollton. The greenbelt bends beside the rails toward the historic depot, where the city's rhythm still holds, where the square and the campus held the line. Carrollton sits on West Georgia ground that feels steady underfoot, a place of low hills, red clay, and long views that do not need mountains to feel real. It is close enough to larger cities to feel the pull of growth, yet far enough to keep its own cadence and its own name. Carrollton formed as a county seat and a market town, but its lasting identity was shaped by a pairing that kept the city recognizable through change. A downtown square that stayed relevant, and a campus that gave the city a second rhythm when old patterns began to thin. From the beginning, Carrollton's role was practical. The countryside needed a hub where supplies could be found, crops could be priced, tools repaired, and local life could gather into something more than scattered farms and crossroads. A courthouse town tends to grow around routine rather than novelty. People come for errands and obligations, then they come again for commerce and community. Over time, that repetition becomes a kind of architecture. Streets form around what people do every week, and a town's center becomes the place where the region recognizes itself. The square in Carrollton carries this older purpose. It is not simply a feature of town planning. It is a memory made visible in brick, storefronts, and corner buildings that have watched decades pass. A strong square tells you something about a community's intention. It says the town expected to last. It expected people to return. It expected businesses to have reasons to open their doors year after year, not only for visitors, but for the people who live within driving distance and still need a place that feels like home base. West Georgia's economy in the 19th century leaned heavily on agriculture, and Carrollton grew within that working landscape. Cotton shaped much of the region's early commercial life. The crop's influence was felt in shipping needs, storage, equipment, and the constant cycle of planting and harvest that brought money in and sent money out again. Even when agriculture changed over time, the skills and habits of a farm region remained. Towns like Carrollton became places where rural life could translate itself into market terms, where goods became prices, and where families could access the services that the countryside could not provide on its own. Transportation made that role stronger. When rail connections reached West Georgia towns, they altered the scale of what could be shipped and how quickly the interior could respond to demand. Carrollton became part of that rail era, and the town's commercial life adjusted to arrival and departure, freight movement, and the practical need for warehouses and handling space. Rail did not replace the square. It fed it. It brought more reason for businesses to cluster, more reason for a town center to stay active, and more reason for a community to see itself as connected to a wider world without losing its local identity. Carrollton carries the memory of a defining disruption, the kind that small towns often remember more clearly than larger cities do. A major fire in the late 19th century reshaped the downtown and forced rebuilding. When a downtown burns, the loss is not only physical, it is psychological. It tests whether the community believes in its own future. Carrollton rebuilt, and the rebuilt blocks carried forward a sturdier sense of permanence. Brick replaced what could not withstand heat. The town learned, through necessity, to rebuild in a way that implied commitment rather than improvisation. That rebuilding is part of why the square still feels coherent today. It is not untouched by history. It is marked by it. As the 20th century unfolded, West Georgia faced shifts common to interior America. Retail patterns changed. Rural populations moved or consolidated. Some towns weakened as people began to rely on highway corridors rather than downtown streets. Carrollton absorbed those pressures, but it did not let them erase its identity. The reason is structural. The city kept reasons for people to come back into the core for errands, commerce, and shared life, rather than allowing everything to drift outward. One of the strongest stabilizers has been education. Carrollton became a college town, and that presence changed the city's long-term outlook. A campus creates a calendar that returns every year with a steady insistence. Terms begin and end. Students arrive and leave. Faculty and staff build careers. Local businesses learn to serve both longtime residents and a temporary population that still becomes part of the place while it is there. That seasonal cycle matters. It adds a second pulse to the city. It keeps streets active, keeps housing in use, and gives the town a reason to invest in itself beyond the next harvest or the next shipment. A campus also reshapes identity. It introduces new conversations, new ambitions, and a larger sense of horizon, while still leaving the town's older character intact. Carrollton's educational presence did not replace its role as a regional hub. It deepened it. The city became a place where students could learn and still feel the influence of a working landscape just beyond town. The result is a community that can be both rooted and forward-looking without turning itself into a different place. The relationship between the square and the campus is part of what makes Carrollton distinct. Some towns have a college that feels detached, as if it exists behind a boundary. In Carrollton, town life and campus life feel closer in spirit and function. Students and residents share streets, shops, and public spaces. Downtown remains relevant because it is not only a historic district, it is still a place where people go for real reasons. That shared use keeps the center from becoming a museum. Carrollton's built environment carries these layered meanings. Older residential streets hold homes that suggest long settlement, shade, porches, and repaired structures that were worth keeping. Downtown blocks show the results of rebuilding and adaptation. Newer development exists too, but the city has resisted becoming only a corridor of modern retail. It has kept a recognizable core, and that is not common in every growing region. A city that keeps its core keeps its story easier to read. The city's modern identity also reflects West Georgia's industrial and commercial shifts. Manufacturing and related work in the region added another layer to the local economy, creating jobs that were not strictly tied to farm cycles. That kind of diversification mattered for towns that wanted stability across decades. When a region relies on one pattern alone, it becomes vulnerable. Carrollton built a broader base, and that base helped it weather changes without letting the old center lose its purpose. Carrollton's local geography reinforces its character. The land is not dramatic, but it is specific. Rolling terrain, creeks, and wooded pockets create a setting that feels more textured than flat country farther south. That texture matters because it shapes how a town expands and where neighborhoods gather. It also contributes to a sense of place that is hard to copy. You can feel, even without studying a map, that this city belongs to a particular slice of Georgia, not to a generic anywhere. In recent decades, Carrollton has leaned into another kind of continuity, one built through walking paths and connected green space that weave near the city's everyday life. A connected trail system and green corridor can restore something important, a place where residents see one another, where the city feels like a community rather than a set of separate zones. This is not decoration. It is a form of civic structure. It supports the idea that the town still has a center, even when people live farther out than earlier generations did. For Route 27, Carrollton matters because it represents a West Georgia pattern that repeats in different forms along the road. These are not cities that demand to be visited for spectacle. They are cities that endure because they have a function and they have features that keep the core in use. Carrollton's strengths are clear. The square keeps memory and commercial identity visible. The campus keeps a recurring rhythm and a wider horizon alive. Together, they keep the city from fading into the background of modern travel. Carrollton also shows how a community can adapt without becoming unrecognizable. Downtown rebuilt after fire and later adjusted to new retail patterns. The city expanded, but it kept a coherent core. Education introduced a new identity, but it did not erase the old one. Modern projects created new forms of shared space without turning the city into a performance. The town has made choices that say, in plain form, that it intends to remain itself. The best way to understand Carrollton is to imagine it in the daily use that shaped it. Farmers and families coming into town for supplies, then returning again and again until streets and businesses became familiar landmarks. Merchants opening doors early because they know customers will arrive. Students walking between campus life and town life, adding a steady movement that returns each term. Downtown blocks keeping their shape because people still treat them as useful. This is the lived story of the city. It is not a single event. It is the accumulated act of keeping a place active. As Route 27 continues north through Georgia, the towns will keep changing in detail, but the pattern remains. The road links places that grew from necessity and stayed alive through function. Carrollton stands as a chapter about staying present, not through stubbornness alone, but through structure. A square that remained relevant. A campus that brought a second cadence. A town that rebuilt when it had to, then kept renewing its identity through everyday use. That is how a city endures, and Carrollton shows that endurance plainly. Chapter 13, Rome. At the confluence, bridges and riverbanks mark the city's beginning and its endurance. Where rivers gather and a city endures. Rome is a city born from a meeting. Two rivers, the Etowah and the Ocala, come together here and become the Coosa, and that confluence is not a detail. It is the reason the city exists at all. River junctions created opportunity. They offered transport, power, trade, and a natural place for people to settle because movement was already happening. Rome grew where water gathered, and it still carries the shape and sensibility of a place formed by currents, bridges, and the logic of connection. The land around Rome changes as well. This is where Georgia begins to lift and fold. The terrain becomes hill country, with ridges and low mountains rising in the distance. Northwest Georgia has a different texture, red clay and rock, wooded slopes, and valleys that guide roads and rivers into channels. Rome feels like a threshold city, part river town, part foothill town, anchored by water but framed by higher ground. Before streets and brick storefronts, this region was home to indigenous peoples who lived with the rivers as living routes and resources. The confluence was a natural gathering place because it made the landscape legible and useful. Even today, when you stand near the water and watch how the channels meet, you can understand the old logic without needing a plaque. The rivers do not only decorate the city, they organize it. Rome's founding in the 19th century followed that geography. Settlers recognized the commercial potential of a river junction and built a town that could serve as a trading center for surrounding farms and hill communities. Early Rome relied on timing, access, and the steady work of getting goods from one place to another. Warehouses, docks, and shops formed near the water. Roads and later rail lines widened the city's reach, but the rivers were the original promise. That promise became more valuable as industry grew. Northwest Georgia offered raw materials and water power, and Rome began to develop manufacturing tied to the region's resources. Mills and factories followed the rivers because water power mattered and because transport mattered. Rome's long industrial story, including textiles and related manufacturing, shaped neighborhoods and institutions and gave the city a lasting economic backbone. Downtown Rome still reflects this layered purpose. There is a center that feels like a place meant to be used, not merely photographed. Older commercial blocks stand close to the river, and the street plan keeps returning your eye toward bridges and water lines. Bridges are not optional here. They are essential, and their presence gives Rome a visual identity that does not need fountains or grand monuments to be distinct. One of Rome's enduring strengths is the way it holds its center. The rivers help with this because they create boundaries and orientation. You cannot forget where the center is when the water keeps drawing you back to it. The city's history includes upheavals that touched many southern communities during the 19th century, and Rome felt that strain in a direct way. In the Civil War era, Northwest Georgia was a corridor of movement and supply, and towns here experienced the pressure of changing control, scarcity, and disruption. The most honest way to speak about that period in a city chapter is through local impact. The uncertainty of families, the strain on hospitals and homes, and the way normal commerce collapses when a region becomes unstable. Rome carried those hardships and then rebuilt because people still needed a working city at the river junction. That rebuilding became part of Rome's identity. A city that endures disruption and continues is a city with a kind of confidence that does not depend on constant reinvention. Rome remained a center because the rivers did not move, and because the region still needed a place to gather goods, labor, and services. Over time, the city's institutions grew stronger, and the built environment reflects decades of repair, addition, and reuse. Education and civic institutions added stability. Colleges in the area and nearby long-standing schools brought a returning calendar and a wider horizon. This rhythm matters for an inland city because it prevents identity from being reduced to a single sector. River towns tend to develop public spaces along the water because the water is part of daily life. Walkways, parks, and overlooks become shared ground, places where residents see their own city clearly. In Rome, those river edges create a kind of civic room. They allow the city to breathe without losing density, and they reinforce the sense that Rome is defined by confluence, by meeting and gathering, not by isolation. The surrounding landscape reinforces that character. Rome sits near the foothills, with ridges and wooded slopes that change light and weather in subtle ways. The hills create a feeling of enclosure. At the same time, the rivers create openness, broad surfaces of water that reflect sky and make the city feel larger than its blocks. That combination is part of Rome's distinctive atmosphere. For Route 27, Rome is an important chapter because it marks a clear shift in Georgia's interior story. Earlier towns carried the rhythms of river trade, agriculture, and county seat life. Rome adds scale. The confluence creates a natural center. Industry added a working backbone. Bridges and riverfront space shaped the city's form. The hills added a different sense of place. If you want to understand Rome quickly, stand near the water and watch the confluence. You can see the logic of the city. Goods once moved down these channels. Bridges were built because crossing was necessary. Neighborhoods formed where the ground held and where access made sense. Downtown developed where trade was concentrated. Industry took advantage of water and transport. The city endured because the rivers made it necessary. Rome's story is one of structure. The city is held together by water, by bridges, by a downtown that still feels like a center, and by the accumulated decision of residents to keep their city functioning and recognizable. That is the kind of endurance Route 27 is meant to reveal. As the route continues north, other cities will carry their own signatures. But Rome stands out as a confluence city, a place where rivers gather and a community gathered with them. The hills frame it, the water defines it, and the city's long working history gives it weight. It is a chapter about meeting points, about the way geography shapes identity, and about how a city can hold on to its center when it has a real reason to exist. Tennessee. Tennessee is where Route 27 leaves Georgia's courthouse squares and enters a landscape that tightens and rises. Valleys narrow, ridges press closer, and water becomes both corridor and boundary, shaping towns that grew where passage was possible and where work could be gathered into a dependable center. Here the road begins to feel more focused, guided by terrain instead of spread across open fields, and the cities along the route carry that sense of structure, built around crossings, depots, and the steady logic of serving a region that is shaped by hills. As Route 27 moves north through Tennessee, the story becomes one of gateways and endurance. River bends, ridge lines, and valley towns hold layers of local history, industry, and rebuilding, while the landscape itself sets the pace of growth. These are places where community identity stays visible in working downtown blocks, long-used public buildings, and the everyday rhythms that return even as decades change. Tennessee on this road is not about spectacle. It is about how people built and kept towns in a land that never allowed careless expansion, and how the route links them with a quiet, purposeful continuity. Chapter 14, Chattanooga. At the river's bend, the bridge and ridge line mark the gateway city. Where river and ridge open the gateway, Chattanooga sits where the land decides. The Tennessee River bends through a tight valley, and ridges rise on both sides, as if the city has been placed between walls that are old and unmovable. This geography is not background. It is the reason Chattanooga became a city with weight. When a river corridor narrows and the mountains press close, movement concentrates. Roads, rails, and trade routes prefer these natural gateways because the land leaves fewer alternatives. Chattanooga grew where passage became inevitable, and it still carries the identity of a place built around connection. The river is the first anchor. In a region where terrain can slow travel and split communities into separate hollows, a navigable river provides a line of continuity. The Tennessee's Bend at Chattanooga created a natural gathering point for commerce and settlement. The city's early development followed this logic. People settled near the water, not for scenery alone, but for access, supply, and the ability to move goods through a landscape that otherwise demanded long detours. The river did what the earliest roads could not always do. It carried weight. The ridges are the second anchor. Lookout Mountain and Missionary Ridge define the city's edges and shape how neighborhoods spread. They also shape weather, light, and the way sound carries through the valley. A city built between ridges feels focused. Even when modern development expands outward, the ridges keep reminding you that the city's core was formed by constraint, and constraint often produces character. Before the modern city, this valley was known and traveled by indigenous peoples who understood the river and ridges as routes and markers. The gateway quality of this place predates modern roads by centuries. Later settlement followed the same geography, and by the 19th century Chattanooga began to emerge as a regional center because it could connect valleys, river travel, and mountain passes into one workable system. In the interior South, that kind of position matters more than size. It turns a town into a hinge. Railroads amplified the hinge. When rail lines expanded across the region, Chattanooga became an obvious node. Rails needed valleys and passes, and this city offered both. Over time, the rail network helped make Chattanooga a shipping and industrial center, pulling in raw materials and sending out finished goods. The city's identity began to include the sound and rhythm of freight, the presence of yards and depots, and the steady work of a labor force tied to transport and manufacturing. A rail town becomes accustomed to movement. It learns to be a place where things arrive, are handled, and leave again. That older description of purpose fits Chattanooga well. Industry followed the rails and the river. Manufacturing and heavy work found a home here because transport made it viable. The city developed a long industrial spine, and neighborhoods grew around employment patterns that shaped daily routines. Even if modern Chattanooga has diversified, the imprint of that industrial era remains visible in the city's form. Certain districts still feel built around work. Brick and steel, warehouses, rail alignments, and long corridors of older infrastructure tell the story without needing explanation. Chattanooga's history includes the strain of the Civil War era, and in this valley that strain was felt directly. The ridges that framed the city also became places where families watched smoke rise and learned what it means when a region becomes unstable. For the purposes of this book, what matters is the local experience. Ordinary life is disrupted. Commerce stalls. Supplies become uncertain. Hospitals fill. Homes take in men who do not return the same, if they return at all. In Chattanooga, those years left a lasting presence because the landscape still holds the memory in its ridges and slopes. After that era, Chattanooga returned to its deeper purpose as a gateway. The city's growth in the late 19th and early 20th centuries was tied to its ability to connect region to region, river to rail, mountains to valley floors. The city became known for a kind of practical importance. It was not only a place to live, it was a place to move through, to ship through, and to build through. When a city's value is built on connection, it tends to endure even when industries shift. Routes may change, but the gateway remains. One of the clearest expressions of Chattanooga's identity is how it treats its riverfront. The Tennessee River is integrated. Bridges, riverwalks, and public edges allow the city to face the water rather than turn away from it. A strong pedestrian bridge invites people to cross without a vehicle and signals civic confidence. It says the city believes its river is part of daily life, not just a boundary. Chattanooga has worked to make that belief visible, and the riverfront has become one of the city's defining spaces. The city's setting also creates a particular kind of light. Morning fog can gather in the valley while ridges remain clear above it. Afternoon sun can strike slopes and leave streets in shade. Weather can shift quickly, and storms move through the basin with a presence that feels close. These atmospheric details matter because they shape how Chattanooga is remembered. It is a city of framed views, of water reflecting ridge lines, of streets that turn and rise in response to terrain. Chattanooga's neighborhoods reflect this complexity. Some areas carry older industrial bones, practical and sturdy. Others climb toward slopes and look outward. The city's architecture often feels like a conversation between utility and adaptation. Buildings were placed where the land allowed and where access mattered. Over time, the city has rebuilt, reused, and rebalanced, maintaining a sense that it is more than a single industry or a single era. What makes Chattanooga important to Route 27 is that it marks a clear transition as the journey moves north. In Georgia, many towns were shaped by farmland, courthouse squares, and river trade on a smaller scale. Chattanooga brings the terrain closer and increases the sense of gateway importance. The road is still an interior road, but here the interior becomes mountain-edged. You begin to feel the Appalachians more directly. You begin to feel that movement has always been negotiated with ridges and passes. Chattanooga also carries a lesson about endurance. Cities built on connection can be bruised by change, but they rarely become irrelevant. They have too many routes passing through them and too many reasons to remain. Chattanooga has been a river city, a rail city, an industrial city, and a civic riverfront city. The labels shift. The underlying purpose stays steady. It is a place where people and goods have gathered because the land encourages gathering. To understand Chattanooga, you can watch the river bend and then lift your eyes to the ridges. The whole story is there. Water provides the corridor. Ridges provide the constraint. The city provides the link. Bridges and rail alignments provide the proof that connection mattered enough to build for it. Chattanooga is a city that exists because the hills and river made a gateway, and people turned that gateway into a working place. Route 27 continues north from here into towns where valleys narrow and hills press closer. Chattanooga stands as the introduction to that change, the first strong Tennessee chapter where river and ridge are structure. The city endures because it is built on a meeting of forces that do not move easily. The river still bends. The ridges still frame. The gateway remains, and the city remains with it. Chapter 15, Dayton. On the courthouse square, the town holds the memory of a summer that drew a crowd, where a summer trial brought a crowd. Dayton sits in the Tennessee Valley with the feeling of a town built to serve its region, not to perform for outsiders. Hills rise and fold to the east and west, and the land opens into a broad basin where creeks and river water have always shaped settlement and movement. The town's story begins as many county seats do, with geography and necessity. People needed a dependable center for trade, services, and shared life, and Dayton formed where that center could last. Long before a courthouse square took shape, this valley was traveled and understood by indigenous peoples who used waterways and ridges as orientation. Waterways were routes, gathering places, and boundaries all at once. Even after new settlement patterns arrived, the older truth remained. The land here still directs movement. Roads follow valleys. Towns sit where crossings make sense. Dayton reflects that logic, a settlement shaped by the practical map the valley draws for anyone trying to live and work within it. Dayton became the seat of Rhea County in the early 19th century, and that role brought a particular kind of permanence. A county seat is built around return. People come back, not once, but repeatedly, for records, services, commerce, and community events that require a shared location. In towns like Dayton, a central square is not decoration. It is structure. It is where the region recognizes itself in public and where daily life becomes visible as something shared rather than scattered. The town's earliest decades were defined by agriculture and the steady exchanges that agriculture creates. Farms in the surrounding valley needed supplies, repairs, and a marketplace where goods could be priced and sold. Dayton's economy grew from those needs. Stores opened because customers came in from outlying roads. Trades flourished because equipment broke and had to be fixed. A town built on these routines learns resilience because the rhythm returns even when conditions change. Seasons shift, harvests vary, families move, but the need for a working center remains. Transportation shaped Dayton's reach over time. The Tennessee Valley has always been a corridor, and the routes that pass through it have changed form without changing purpose. Early movement depended on water and rough roads. Later, improved roads and rail access tightened the connection between valley towns and larger markets. Dayton's identity deepened as a practical crossroads, not the largest city in the region, but a dependable one. Its downtown blocks and civic buildings reflect that long role. They were built to be used, and their continuing presence suggests a town that chose repair and reuse over constant replacement. Dayton's landscape is inseparable from water. Richland Creek winds near town, and nearby valley water eventually joins larger flows that connect to the Tennessee River system. Over the 20th century, the river valley was reshaped by major engineering, turning stretches of river into broader, calmer water and creating new shorelines where older land once ran. For towns like Dayton, this change mattered in daily terms. It altered where people fished, where they launched boats, and how the valley looked in morning light. It also changed the sense of distance, because broad water surfaces reshape the horizon and the way a place feels even when streets remain the same. Yet the event most people associate with Dayton was not a river change or an industrial boom. It was a summer when the town's name traveled far beyond the valley. In 1925, a widely reported courtroom case took place here, bringing reporters, visitors, and intense public focus to a small county seat. For Dayton, the experience was not abstract. It was physical and local. Streets filled. Rooms were rented. Businesses served crowds. The town became a gathering place for people who came to watch history unfold in real time. What matters for the Route 27 story is not argument. It is impact. Dayton's courthouse, a building meant for local routine, became a stage for national attention. A place built for ordinary civic work had to absorb an unusual weight. The town learned what it feels like when outside eyes turn an inward place outward. For a few weeks, Dayton was not only serving its county, it was hosting the country, and the pressure of that attention left an imprint that did not fade quickly when the visitors left. That imprint became part of the town's memory economy. Communities carry their stories in different ways. Some carry them in architecture. Some carry them in industry. Dayton carries a particular chapter in how it is remembered, through museums, landmarks, and the continuing association of the town with that summer. This is not about spectacle today. It is about identity. When a small town is thrust into broader focus, it has to decide whether to discard the story or integrate it into daily life. Dayton integrated it. The town's name became linked to the idea that even a small square can contain events that feel larger than the place itself. At the same time, Dayton is not only that event. A town is more than its most famous week. Dayton's longer identity remains grounded in the valley and the region it serves. Local schools, businesses, churches, and neighborhoods keep a steady rhythm that continues regardless of what outsiders remember. People still live here for the same reasons people have lived here for generations: the closeness of community, the familiarity of land, and the practical balance of being connected without being swallowed by a larger city. The built environment reflects this steadiness. Downtown streets show a mix of older blocks and later additions that suggest adaptation rather than replacement. A town that preserves a functioning center keeps its story easier to read. It keeps a place where residents see one another, where local commerce can remain personal, and where civic life stays visible. Dayton's center continues to serve that role. Even when traffic patterns change and new retail moves outward, the square remains a reference point. The surrounding landscape adds another layer to Dayton's character. Nearby ridges and foothills shift the quality of light, and the valley's green changes quickly with season. Early summer feels dense and alive. Late autumn clears the view. This is part of why Tennessee towns along Route 27 begin to feel different from Georgia towns, even when both share red soil and older squares. The land's form matters. It shapes how streets bend, where neighborhoods settle, and how a place feels when you stand still and look outward. Dayton's regional history also includes the work of extraction and manufacturing that shaped parts of the Tennessee Valley and the nearby plateau regions. Timber and minerals brought periods of activity that changed employment patterns and local commerce. Towns like Dayton served those cycles by providing supplies, services, and stability when industries rose and fell. Even when the largest extraction work occurred elsewhere, the ripple effects of labor movement and market demand shaped small centers across the valley. Dayton's strength has been the ability to remain useful through different eras, without relying on a single product or a single employer to define it completely. For Route 27, Dayton functions as a bridge between the deeper agricultural interior behind it and the more mountainous textures ahead. The road continues north toward towns where hills press closer and where the land becomes more folded and constrained. Dayton still carries the valley's openness. It is a town where the horizon remains present, where water and low land create a sense of breadth, and where a central square still serves as an organizing point for local life. The town's most revealing quality is how it carries both ordinary and extraordinary history at once. Dayton can be a place of routine and a place of memory. It can keep the everyday flow of county life while also carrying the residue of a moment when the outside world paid attention. Many towns would have tried to erase that contrast. Dayton lives with it. That choice gives the town a distinctive identity without turning it into a novelty. To understand Dayton well, picture the square on a normal day and then imagine the summer when it was full. The contrast tells the story. A town built for return and routine was asked to host something bigger than itself. It did. Then it returned to itself, carrying a new layer of memory in the process. That is a kind of endurance that fits this road, and it is a reminder that interior towns often carry more history than their size suggests. Route 27 continues north, linking communities that exist because they function, because they serve, and because geography placed them where they could endure. Dayton belongs to that chain. It is valley ground and courthouse rhythm, water edges, and everyday commerce, and a name that once traveled far before settling back into its own landscape. The town remains what it always was, a working center in the Tennessee Valley, but it carries, quietly and unmistakably, the memory of a summer when a small square drew a crowd and a local place became a national story. Chapter 16, Harriman. Fog along a hillside street, where porches and rooflines look down into the valley. Planned ideals and working reality. Harriman began as an idea before it became a town. In a region where many communities grew from crossings, ridges, and the slow accumulation of houses near work, Harriman arrived with a blueprint and a promise. The promise was simple and ambitious at the same time. Build a place that would be orderly, productive, and morally disciplined, a town where industry could thrive without the chaos that often followed boom times. The blueprint came with streets laid out to be legible, lots measured and marketed, and a confidence that planning could shape character as much as geography could. That confidence was not invented out of thin air. The land around Harriman gave planners a workable canvas. This is the Tennessee Valley in its more structured form, where hills and ridges guide movement, where rivers and creeks cut paths that roads naturally follow, and where rail corridors found practical routes through the folds of land. Harriman sits in a landscape that invites connection. It is close to resources that once drove the region's labor economy, and close to the corridors that move those resources outward. The town could be planned here because the land supported passage, and passage is what gives an inland town its reason to exist. The founding vision centered on temperance. Harriman was promoted as a community that would avoid the saloons and disorder associated with many industrial towns of the era. This was not just a social preference. It was part of the town's marketing and its identity, a belief that a place could attract investment and families by offering stability and a certain kind of civic calm. Streets would be clean. The center would be coherent. Work would be steady. The town would be the opposite of a camp, and more like a permanent settlement built with intention. Yet no plan is ever the full story, because the ground under a plan has its own demands. The reality that shaped Harriman was labor, rail traffic, and the rough edge of nearby extraction and timber work. Industries do not ask permission to be tidy. They need transport, manpower, and money. They create shifts, noise, and wear. Harriman's early decades became a balancing act between the ideal that founded it and the working world that surrounded it. That tension is the real historical engine of the city. Harriman is not remembered simply because it was planned. It is remembered because it had to prove whether planning could survive contact with the daily mechanics of production. Rail lines were central to that proof. Towns in this part of Tennessee gained weight when they became rail junctions or reliable stops, and Harriman's growth was tied to that kind of positioning. Freight, passengers, and the constant movement of goods shaped local commerce. Warehouses, yards, and businesses that served rail workers became part of the town's texture. When rail is strong, a town feels connected beyond its size. It becomes a place where you can sense the outside world arriving and departing without the town itself becoming anonymous. Harriman's relationship to nearby coal country and timber work also shaped its working identity. The plateau and ridge lands in the region supported industries that demanded transport and supplies. Even when the heaviest extraction happened outside town limits, Harriman served the cycle. Equipment needed repair. Workers needed lodging and daily goods. Small businesses found customers in the practical needs of an economy built on materials and movement. This is how many inland towns become durable. They survive not by being the mine or the mill, but by being the place that supports the people who keep those operations running. The town street plan and its civic spaces reflect that original intention to build a community that could be lived in, not merely used. Older blocks show a measured layout, with a center that still reads as a center rather than a corridor. Residential neighborhoods developed with the expectation that families would stay. You can see it in the older housing stock and the way streets settle into the land. A town that begins as a plan often carries a different kind of pride, even when the plan is tested. The pride is not in perfection. It is in coherence, the sense that the place was meant to be something more than temporary. Over time, Harriman also became the kind of town where history is visible in structures that are still doing their job. This is not a place defined by one monument. It is defined by the everyday evidence of long use. Brick buildings that remain in service, older homes that have been repaired rather than erased, and a street pattern that still makes sense. The past here does not sit behind glass. It sits in the shape of the town itself. The 20th century brought new pressures and new adaptations. As rail patterns shifted and certain industries changed shape, many inland towns struggled to keep their centers active. Harriman faced those same challenges. The story of this era is not dramatic in a single moment. It is a long negotiation with changing economics and changing movement patterns, a gradual shift in how people work and where they shop. Towns that survive this shift tend to do so by finding new forms of usefulness, by serving as regional connectors, and by preserving enough identity that the place still feels like itself. Harriman's resilience also came from its geography. Being positioned near important corridors means a town can adjust even when one sector fades. People still pass through. Services are still needed. Regional life still requires a center with recognizable streets and dependable institutions. Harriman's role, over time, has leaned more toward being a stable hub in its slice of the valley, a town that remains readable and functional even as the wider region evolves. There is also a quiet layer of wartime-era change in this part of Tennessee that shaped daily life without needing explanation or argument. Large-scale activity in the region brought temporary surges of workers, housing demand, and a sense of urgency that touched nearby towns in practical ways. People remember these times through local texture, busier streets, new faces, rented rooms, and the sense that the region's tempo briefly accelerated. When those periods passed, towns like Harriman returned to their longer rhythms, carrying small changes forward, but keeping their basic character intact. Harriman's identity is still best understood through the tension between its founding ideal and its working reality. A planned town with a moral vision still had to host rail traffic, support industrial cycles, and absorb the wear of a working economy. That is not failure. It is the actual test of any ideal. Harriman did not remain a museum version of its founding promise. It became a living town that carried parts of that promise forward while adapting to the demands of the world around it. For Route 27, Harriman matters because it represents a particular kind of inland chapter. The road is linking places that exist for reasons that are older than modern travel. Harriman exists because planning met corridor geography, because rail and valley routes created opportunity, and because a community tried to shape itself intentionally while still making room for the hard edges of work. It is a town where the street plan tells you someone once believed in order as a civic value, and where the surrounding region insisted that order would have to coexist with labor, industry, and change. Walking the town's older blocks, you can sense this layered identity. The center still feels organized. Neighborhoods still feel built for permanence. Yet the town's history is also written in the practical things, the presence of transport routes, the memory of rail influence, and the supporting role Harriman played for the region's industries. The town story is not about being the largest place in the valley. It is about being a place with a plan that remained recognizable even after decades of adjustment. Harriman also serves as a transition point in Tennessee's portion of the route. After Chattanooga's Gateway Scale and Dayton's Courthouse Square memory, Harriman introduces another Tennessee truth. Towns in the valley often carry a mixture of idealism and hard practicality. The land and the corridors create opportunity, and people build what they can. Some towns grow by accident. Harriman tried to grow by intention, and that intention remains part of its historical identity even when the town's life moved beyond the original marketing. The clearest way to understand Harriman is to see it as a place that tested an idea against daily reality and kept enough coherence to remain itself. That is a rare kind of endurance, not the endurance of a single industry, but the endurance of a town's shape and identity through changing economic eras. Route 27 continues north through Tennessee into terrain that tightens and rises again, but Harriman leaves a distinct impression. It is a planned town that became real, a community that learned the difference between ideals on paper and life on a working street, and a place where both can still be felt in the same blocks, in the same routines, and in the same valley air. Chapter 17, Oneida. Morning fog rolls off the Cumberland Plateau, softening the hillside streets above town. Coal seams and hard ground. Oneida sits on a kind of Tennessee ground that does not pretend to be easy. The land here rises into the Cumberland Plateau and breaks into ridges, hollows, and narrow valleys where creeks run fast after rain and slow down only when the season forces them to. Roads follow what the terrain allows. Neighborhoods settle where the slope relaxes. Even the light feels shaped by the hills, bright in open stretches and quickly shadowed when a ridge closes in. Oneida exists because people found ways to live and work in this hard country, and because a place was needed to gather those lives into a center that could last. The story begins underfoot. Beneath the wooded slopes lie seams of coal and layers of sandstone and shale that shaped both the economy and the daily texture of the region. Coal is not only a resource. It is a force that changes settlement. It pulls labor inward, requires transport outward, and creates cycles that small towns absorb with a particular kind of patience. When demand rises, work accelerates. When markets fall, the same hills feel heavier. Oneida's long identity has been tied to that rhythm, not as a slogan, but as an everyday fact that influenced where people lived, what businesses opened, and how families planned their futures. Before extraction work took center stage, this plateau country was already a lived landscape, traveled and known in ways that do not always survive in written records. People learned the ridges and watercourses, the dependable springs, the places where soil could support gardens, and the routes that stayed passable when rain turned hollows into mud. Early settlement here leaned on self-reliance and careful use of what the land provided. In a place where wide flat fields are rare, communities form in pockets. Small farms, timber work, and local trade created the first stable pattern. A town like Oneida grew because scattered life still needed a dependable point for supplies, repair, and exchange. As the 19th century moved toward the industrial age, the plateau's resources became more valuable, and the need for reliable transport became unavoidable. Rail lines and spurs altered what could be taken from the hills and where it could be sold. The tracks did more than move coal and timber. They organized the town itself. Commercial blocks clustered where freight could be handled. Warehouses and yards created a new kind of employment. A depot became more than a building. It became a sign that the wider world was now connected to this interior ground, arriving in schedules and leaving in shipments. Oneida's historic railroad depot, preserved and remembered as part of the town's identity, represents that era when rail defined the town's heartbeat. In communities shaped by extraction, the depot is often where the local and the distant meet. It is where a product leaves the county and money returns, where news arrives along with freight, and where the town's sense of distance shifts. Even after rail traffic changes over time, the depot remains as a marker of how the town became legible to the outside world without losing its inward character. Coal work brought a particular kind of discipline to daily life. It required teamwork and specialized skills that were learned through experience and passed along. It also required endurance, because the work was never gentle. In Oneida's region, coal was hauled, sorted, shipped, and converted into wages that supported households, stores, and institutions. The town's commercial life grew around that reality. Grocers, hardware stores, mechanics, and small services depended on a working population whose routines were tied to shifts and transport schedules. In this kind of town, the economy is not abstract. It is visible in the way mornings begin and evenings settle. Timber shaped the plateau alongside coal. Forests provided jobs, materials, and a second industry that could rise and fall in different cycles. Logging camps and sawmills created their own rhythm, and the town served those needs as well. Timber also left a long imprint on landscape. Cutovers changed the look of hillsides, then regrowth softened the scars over decades. The plateau's woods today still carry that layered history, places that look timeless at first glance but have been worked, cut, and renewed by generations of labor. Oneida's downtown reflects a community built for use rather than display. Older blocks and long-used storefronts suggest a town that learned to repair and continue instead of replacing everything whenever styles changed. A town that depends on working cycles tends to value practicality, and that practicality becomes part of the civic personality. The center remains a place where people still meet for ordinary reasons: errands, supplies, a meal, conversation, and the small tasks that make a community feel like a community. The plateau setting also shaped how people moved beyond town. Nearby canyonlands and river corridors cut deep through sandstone and create a rugged landscape that feels older than the road itself. In this region, the Big South Fork and its tributaries carve gorges, arches, and bluffs that draw people out of town and into the woods. For Oneida, this landscape has become part of modern identity, not as a theme, but as a nearby fact. It offers hunting grounds, trail systems, and places where families have gone for generations to measure the seasons by something other than work. That shift matters because it shows how towns like Oneida adapt. When extraction and rail-based economies change, communities often look for steadier forms of value that are already present. Here, the value is the land itself, rugged, wooded, and dramatic in a way most people do not expect from interior Tennessee until they see it. Outdoor recreation, guiding, local hospitality, and the quieter business of serving travelers and residents alike can grow beside older industries. The result is not a replacement of identity. It is an expansion. Oneida can carry memory of coal seams and timber work while also carrying a newer relationship to its surrounding landscapes. Even with that expansion, the town's character remains shaped by hard ground. The plateau does not allow easy sprawl. It forces neighborhoods to fit the land. It forces roads to curve and climb. It forces a kind of local knowledge, knowing which route stays safe in winter weather, which hollows flood after heavy rain, and which ridges catch the first light. This knowledge is part of what binds a community together. It creates a shared understanding of place that cannot be copied in a flatter landscape. Oneida also carries an Appalachian cultural texture that is expressed in craft, music, and the practical creativity that grows in regions where people learn to make and fix rather than constantly replace. You can see it in woodworking, in local food traditions, and in the pride that comes from knowing how to live in a landscape that demands attention. This is not nostalgia. It is skill, and it remains part of the town's identity even when modern life brings easier tools and faster connections. For Route 27, Oneida is important because it marks a different kind of Tennessee chapter than the valley cities farther south. Chattanooga is defined by river and ridge gateways. Dayton carries courthouse memory and valley breadth. Harriman carries a planned ideal tested by industrial reality. Oneida brings the plateau's tougher geometry into focus, a town shaped by resource ground and by the labor required to make that ground provide a livelihood. The road continues north through terrain that stays folded and strong, and Oneida belongs to that landscape in a way that is immediate and unmistakable. The most revealing way to understand Oneida is to think about what a town must do to remain steady when its main industries change shape. It must keep a usable center. It must keep institutions that bring people back into shared life. It must build identity from more than one source. Oneida has done that by staying practical, by keeping community routines visible, and by expanding its relationship with the surrounding land without pretending it has become a different place. The coal seams are still part of the story, and the hard ground is still the setting, but the town's meaning is larger than any single job. Route 27 continues north, linking communities that exist because geography made them possible and work made them necessary. Oneida sits on that chain as a plateau town with a working past and a landscape that still shapes the present. Its hills and hollows are not scenery. They are structure. They explain why the town formed, why it endured, and why the road feels different here than it did farther south. In Oneida, the ground is hard, the history is layered, and the community remains rooted where coal seams and ridgelines once dictated the pace of daily life and still quietly influence it today. Kentucky. Kentucky arrives like a change in grain of the land, where ridgelines gather themselves into longer folds and the road starts to feel older under the tires. Along this stretch, fields and fence lines give way to wooded slopes, creek bottoms, and little clusters of homes that look like they were placed where the water made sense. You can feel the state's rhythm in the small bridges, the limestone edges, the church bells at noon, and the way towns sit close to their own histories, not as museums, but as lived places where work, family, and memory keep sharing the same streets. Route 27 moves through Kentucky with a kind of steady purpose, passing courthouse squares, brick storefronts, high school stadium lights, and diners that still pour coffee like it matters. This is a state built on craft and grit, on farms and trades, on hills that taught people how to keep going when the weather turns or the economy shifts. The road does not rush here, and neither do the stories, because Kentucky tends to hold on to what lasts: the shape of the land, the sound of summer insects in the trees, and the sense that a person can still be known by name when they step through the door. Chapter 18, Somerset. Wolf Creek Dam at Lake Cumberland, where water, power, and scale reshaped Somerset's place in southern Kentucky. Commerce in the uplands. Somerset sits in the kind of Kentucky country that feels lifted above the river bottoms, a place of rolling ground, wooded ridges, and long stretches where the horizon is defined by hills instead of buildings. It is close enough to water to feel its pull, yet high enough to stay a working inland center through seasons that can change quickly. On Route 27, Somerset reads as a pivot point. Tennessee's plateau edges begin to soften into Kentucky uplands, and the road starts to feel like it is threading through a region that has always depended on connection, on routes that bring people and goods through terrain that is not flat, but is still navigable. A town becomes durable when it serves more than one need at once, and Somerset has done that for a long time. It grew as a place where surrounding communities could come to do business, find supplies, repair what broke, and trade what the land produced. That is the oldest kind of commerce, practical and repeatable. In the uplands, where farms and small settlements spread out across hills and creek valleys, the everyday errands of life require a hub. Somerset became that hub, not by spectacle, but by usefulness. It became the place where routine gathered into streets, storefronts, and familiar blocks that people returned to because the region needed a center that worked. The land around Somerset is not dramatic in a single glance, but it is specific. It rises and dips in a way that shapes travel. Roads curve because the ground insists on it, and that curve has always mattered. It means movement is channeled toward the routes that behave. the ones that avoid the steepest cuts and the worst wet ground. Somerset benefits from being positioned where those routes meet. A crossroads town does not need to be the biggest place on the map to matter. It needs to be the place that people naturally pass through, the place where services can cluster because traffic, in the broad sense of the word, is dependable. That dependability is what built a commercial identity. Businesses that survive in towns like Somerset are not built on a single season. They are built on return. Hardware and feed, groceries, repair shops, restaurants, small services, and local trade all grow from the same simple fact: people come back. A town that is built around return tends to create a different kind of downtown. It becomes familiar. It becomes personal. It becomes the place where residents and visitors from surrounding roads recognize one another, and where the work of the region becomes visible as a shared life. Somerset's connection to water strengthens that identity, even though it is not a river city in the classic sense. Nearby, the Cumberland River system and its reshaped shores changed how the region worked in the 20th century. When large reservoirs and managed water created broad lake surfaces, the local economy gained a new layer. The uplands suddenly had a major recreational resource within reach, and the towns nearby became supply points for that new movement. Marinas, boat storage, guides, lodging, and the entire chain of small services that support time on water found a natural home in places like Somerset. This kind of commerce is different from farming and timber. It is seasonal, but it is also steady in its own way because it returns every year with the same needs and the same anticipation. Lake life brings a particular rhythm. In warm months, traffic shifts. Weekends become busier. The town sees more out-of-town plates and a different style of errands: ice, fuel, groceries, bait, repairs, and last-minute equipment purchases that happen when people are about to head to the water. Somerset's strength is that it does not become only a lake town. It remains an upland service center first, which means it can support that seasonal movement without losing its everyday purpose. The town is not acting when it serves lake visitors. It is doing what it has always done, providing what people need when they pass through. This layered identity is one reason Somerset feels steadier than towns that rely on a single industry. When one sector slows, another still carries activity. The region's older work, agriculture, timber, small manufacturing, and the everyday services of a rural county provides one foundation. The lake economy provides another. Together, they form a broader base, and a broader base creates resilience. The story of Somerset is not a story of one boom. It is a story of staying useful through changing decades. The uplands also tend to produce a certain kind of architecture: practical buildings built to last through weather and time. Somerset's older downtown blocks reflect that practical approach: brick, sturdy storefront proportions, and a town center that was meant to be walked, used, and returned to. Even where modern development spreads outward, the older core carries the memory of how the town formed. In the best inland towns, the center remains readable. It does not need to be perfect. It needs to remain recognizable as a center, a place that still matters. Somerset's cultural life has also helped keep the town from becoming only functional. Communities in this part of Kentucky often express identity through music, craft, and local gatherings that bring people together for reasons beyond errands. Somerset has long been part of a region where bluegrass and roots traditions remain close to the surface, where festivals and community events feel less like a performance and more like a continuation of something older. This kind of culture is not separate from commerce. It supports it. When people gather, they spend time, buy food, visit local businesses, and reinforce the idea that the town is a shared place, not just a set of stores. Route 27's relationship to Somerset is especially clear because the road itself helps explain why the town became what it is. A highway that carries people north and south through upland terrain naturally creates nodes, and Somerset is one of those nodes. The town's growth has been shaped by movement, by being accessible enough to serve a wide region while still feeling like a distinct place rather than a nameless strip. This is a delicate balance. Too much highway development can flatten a town's identity into generic retail. Too little connection can isolate it. Somerset has lived in the middle ground, connected, but still centered. The land around Somerset also encourages a certain kind of local knowledge. Weather changes quickly in upland areas. Winter can turn a ridge road difficult while a lower route stays manageable. Heavy rain can change creek crossings and soften ground in ways that matter for work and travel. People who live here understand routes, not just as lines on a map, but as practical choices shaped by season. This local knowledge is part of why towns like Somerset remain relevant. They sit at the convergence of routes that people trust, and trust is an economic advantage that does not show up on a brochure. Somerset's deeper historical character is tied to the long arc of interior settlement and the steady building of regional exchange. The town story is not built on a single founding myth. It is built on repeated use, the slow accumulation of businesses, schools, neighborhoods, and daily patterns that turn a location into a community. Over generations, families learn the same streets. They keep returning to the same blocks. They build the kind of civic memory that is less about monuments and more about routines, where you buy your tools, where you meet for breakfast, where you take care of repairs, where you go when you need something handled face to face. For Route 27, Somerset functions as a Kentucky chapter that feels distinctly upland, neither deep valley nor high mountain, but a working middle elevation where commerce has always mattered. The road does not bring you here as a detour. It brings you through the heart of what made the town. Somerset exists because it serves, because it connects, and because it has maintained a usable center in a region where people still need a place that feels dependable. The best way to understand Somerset is to think about the town as a meeting point between land and movement. The uplands produce work and need. The lake produces another kind of movement and another kind of need. Route 27 threads through both. Somerset stands where those currents overlap, providing the ordinary services that keep a region running and the seasonal support that makes recreation possible. It is not a town built on spectacle. It is a town built on the steady, practical art of commerce, and in the uplands of Kentucky, that steadiness is a kind of identity. Chapter 19, Corbin. At Corbin's edge, the land closes in, shaping roads, neighborhoods, and a town built to endure within the hills. Rails, labor, and endurance. Corbin does not announce itself gently. The town arrives with weight, with iron memory still pressed into the ground. Even now, long after steam gave way to diesel and then to quieter machines, the land remembers what it was built to do. This was not a place that grew by accident or scenery. Corbin rose because rails were laid here, because engines stopped here, because work demanded a town strong enough to hold it. The rails came first. In the late 19th century, the railroad cut through the hills of southern Kentucky with purpose, threading valleys that had long resisted easy passage. Where lines crossed and yards expanded, a settlement formed. Corbin began as a rail town in the purest sense, shaped by schedules, whistles, and the constant movement of freight and people. The town's early days were loud, fast, and disciplined, governed by time cards and timetables rather than seasons. With the railroad came labor, and with labor came permanence. Shops, depots, and yards drew workers from the surrounding countryside and beyond. Houses rose close to the tracks, then spread outward into the folds of the hills. Corbin did not sprawl carelessly. It grew in response to work, expanding when demand required it, and tightening when the rails slowed. The town learned endurance early, learning how to hold steady through cycles of expansion and contraction. Railroads shaped more than employment here. They shaped culture. Corbin became a place where people understood shifts and overtime, where dawn and dusk were measured not by light alone, but by departures and arrivals. Children learned the sound of engines the way others learned birdsong. The railroad was not background noise. It was the rhythm of daily life. As the 20th century unfolded, Corbin became more than a rail junction. Industry followed the tracks, drawn by transport and workforce alike. Lumber, manufacturing, and distribution took hold, each reinforcing the town's identity as a place of making and moving rather than display. Corbin did not cultivate grandeur. It cultivated reliability. The land itself demanded that kind of steadiness. The surrounding hills pressed close, not dramatically but persistently. They limit expansion, shape neighborhoods, and remind the town of its boundaries. Roads curve rather than stretch. Streets follow terrain instead of forcing it flat. Corbin feels contained in a way that encourages cohesion. People live near where they work, or did for generations, and that proximity fostered a sense of shared stake in the town's survival. Work here was never abstract. It was physical, timed, and visible. You could see what you produced, hear when it moved on, and feel the consequences when it slowed. That clarity built a culture of responsibility. Corbin became a town where showing up mattered, where reliability was valued as much as ambition. Pride was not loud, but it was deep. Like many industrial towns, Corbin faced moments when its foundations were tested. Changes in transportation, automation, and shifting markets reduced the dominance of rail work. Some yards quieted. Some jobs disappeared. The town felt those changes not as collapse, but as gradual pressure, the kind that forces adjustment rather than surrender. Corbin did what it had always done. It adapted. New forms of work arrived, often less visible, but no less necessary. Logistics, services, and regional commerce replaced some of what the rails had once provided. The town did not reinvent itself with slogans or spectacle. It adjusted its balance, leaning into endurance rather than reinvention. Corbin understands continuity better than transformation. The railroad remains present even when silent. Tracks still cut through the town, reminders of why Corbin exists at all. Old structures stand with utilitarian dignity, brick and concrete shaped for use rather than admiration. They are not preserved as monuments so much as allowed to remain, holding their place in the landscape as evidence of purpose fulfilled. Community in Corbin grew out of shared labor. Churches, schools, and civic spaces formed around the schedules of working lives. Gatherings were planned around shifts. Support networks developed naturally, born from the understanding that everyone depended on everyone else showing up. That sense of mutual reliance did not fade when industries changed. It remained embedded in the town's character. Corbin's downtown reflects that history. Buildings are solid and practical, sized for function, not spectacle. There is a sense of permanence in their proportions, as if they were built with the assumption that they would be used for a long time. Even as businesses change hands, the structures themselves remain adaptable without needing reinvention. The surrounding region looks to Corbin as a center of gravity. Smaller communities rely on it for services, employment, and connection. The town occupies a practical role rather than a symbolic one. It is a place people pass through for reasons, not attractions, and that role has sustained it for more than a century. Route 27 threads through Corbin with quiet respect. The highway does not overwhelm the town or redefine it. Instead, it aligns with what already exists, reinforcing Corbin's long-standing identity as a place of passage and purpose. Travelers sense that this is not a town built to impress them, but one that continues regardless of who passes through. What endures in Corbin is not a single industry or era, but an attitude toward work and time. The town understands effort as cumulative, built day by day rather than claimed all at once. It values steadiness over speed, reliability over novelty. These qualities do not always draw attention, but they sustain communities long after trends fade. Corbin's story is written in rails that still mark the ground, in buildings that continue to serve, and in people who carry forward an understanding of labor as something honorable and necessary. The town does not romanticize its past, nor does it reject it. It carries it forward, integrated into daily life. Standing here, it is easy to feel the presence of what came before without being trapped by it. Corbin does not live in memory alone. It lives in continuity. The rails may no longer define every hour, but they shaped a town that knows how to endure, how to work, and how to remain itself even as the world moves on. Chapter 20, Williamsburg. Route 27 descends from the hills into Williamsburg, where the road narrows, the town gathers itself, and passage becomes place. Where a town learned to live by passage. Williamsburg exists because the land allowed people through. Long before it was organized as a town, before names and boundaries attempted to give it permanence, This place functioned as an opening. The surrounding hills closed in tightly, wooded and uneven, but here they relaxed just enough to permit movement. Valleys align, ridges step back, and a corridor reveals itself. Williamsburg formed not as a destination, but as an answer to geography, a place shaped by the simple fact that travel was possible here when it was difficult almost everywhere else. The earliest movement followed instinct rather than plan. Footpaths and animal traces preceded roads, guided by watercourses and the contours of the land. Those who passed through learned where the terrain resisted and where it yielded. Over time, repetition turned knowledge into habit. Habit became path. Path became road. By the time formal routes were laid out, Williamsburg already occupied a known crossing, a place where movement slowed briefly before continuing onward. Settlement followed that pause. Early structures appeared not to anchor people in place, but to serve those who were already passing through. Inns, small stores, stables, and service points emerged to meet immediate needs. Williamsburg's earliest economy was built on transience. People arrived with purpose elsewhere, rested or resupplied, and moved on. The town learned early that its strength lay not in holding travelers, but in supporting them. Some, inevitably, stayed. What drew them was not spectacle or promise of rapid growth, but reliability. Williamsburg offered consistency in a landscape that demanded patience. The land limited expansion and discouraged excess. Those who settled here learned to live within constraints, aligning their work and homes with the same corridors that guided travelers. The town grew carefully, shaped as much by what the land prevented as by what it allowed. As organized transportation expanded, Williamsburg's role sharpened. Roads formalized earlier paths, reinforcing the town's position as a connector rather than an endpoint. Movement became more regular, more predictable, and more frequent. The town adjusted accordingly. Commerce evolved to meet passing needs efficiently. Businesses favored adaptability over scale, recognizing that tomorrow's customers might never be seen again. That impermanence shaped Williamsburg's character. The town developed an awareness of outsiders without suspicion, familiarity without intrusion. Encounters were brief but constant. Residents learned how to read people quickly, how to help without expectation, how to provide what was needed without ceremony. Hospitality here became practical rather than performative, rooted in understanding rather than display. The surrounding hills reinforced that mindset. Williamsburg does not sprawl easily. The terrain channels growth along existing routes, limiting expansion and encouraging cohesion. Streets feel directional, oriented toward entrances and exits rather than centers. Neighborhoods align with corridors of movement, reflecting the town's long relationship with passage. Even residential areas carry a sense of orientation, as though the land itself remembers where people came from and where they were headed. Work in Williamsburg mirrored that geography. Enterprises tended to be service-driven and responsive rather than fixed and monumental. The town did not accumulate industries that required dominance over land or resources. Instead, it supported trades that moved with demand, adjusting as transportation patterns evolved. Williamsburg learned to survive by staying aligned with flow rather than resisting it. As transportation technologies changed, the town remained relevant by remaining honest about its purpose. New roads followed old logic, threading through the same openings the land had always offered. Route 27 carries that continuity forward, passing through Williamsburg without overwhelming it. The highway does not redefine the town. It reinforces what was already true, that this place exists because movement does. Williamsburg's relationship with the road has never been passive. The town learned how to absorb movement without being consumed by it. Traffic brought opportunity, but also noise and wear, and the community adjusted incrementally rather than dramatically. Changes came slowly, shaped by experience instead of ambition. The town refined how it handled flow, widening where necessary, narrowing where restraint mattered, maintaining a balance between access and continuity. This gradual adaptation allowed Williamsburg to remain functional without losing coherence, preserving its role as a passage rather than a spectacle. The presence of the road is felt without being theatrical. It brings travelers, commerce, and connection, but it does not impose an identity from outside. Williamsburg does not market itself aggressively or attempt reinvention through spectacle. It remains what it has always been, a place that allows journeys to continue. Buildings reflect that restraint. Structures are functional, sized for use rather than display. They align with roads and crossings, designed to be entered and exited easily. Ornament is secondary to purpose. Even older buildings suggest endurance rather than nostalgia, their proportions shaped by practicality and repetition rather than ambition. Public spaces in Williamsburg developed with the same economy of intention. Gathering places emerged where routes naturally intersected, near crossings, bends, and natural pauses in movement. These spaces were not designed to detain people, but to accommodate them briefly and comfortably. Over time, they became familiar points of reference for both residents and travelers. The town learned that continuity did not require grandeur, only consistency, and that modest spaces, used well, could anchor community life without interrupting the rhythm of passage. Community life developed around that same understanding. Social spaces formed where people naturally crossed paths, near routes, intersections, and gathering points shaped by movement. Relationships here tend to be grounded and unassuming. Williamsburg values continuity over novelty, familiarity over expansion. The town does not measure success by how many people arrive, but by how smoothly life continues. There is resilience in that philosophy. Towns built around attraction must constantly renew themselves. Williamsburg is renewed daily by motion. Every vehicle that passes through reinforces its relevance. Every pause, however brief, affirms its place on the road. The town's endurance comes not from growth spurts or reinvention, but from consistency. The land remains the final authority. Roads adjust to it, buildings submit to it, and the town adapts accordingly. Williamsburg exists not by overcoming geography, but by listening to it. That attentiveness allowed the town to persist when others faded, to remain useful even as eras changed and economies shifted. Standing here, it becomes clear that Williamsburg's story is not about arrival or departure, but about continuity. The town is woven into countless journeys, rarely the focus, always essential. It does not ask to be remembered, yet it is carried forward mile after mile, embedded in motion. Route 27 passes through Williamsburg the way history always has, with purpose and without ceremony. The town neither resists nor clings. It allows the road to move on, confident that movement itself is what keeps it alive. Ohio. Route 27 enters Ohio without fanfare, crossing into a landscape shaped by order, agriculture, and measured settlement. The land opens slightly here, fields extending farther between towns, roads straighter and more deliberate. Ohio's portion of the route reflects a long tradition of organization and continuity, where communities were laid out with intention and growth favored balance over haste. Towns along this stretch were built to serve surrounding farmland and local institutions, anchoring daily life in reliability rather than expansion. As the road continues north, Ohio reveals a quieter form of endurance. Courthouses, schools, and main streets form the backbone of towns that value stewardship and familiarity. Movement along Route 27 is steady but unforced, connecting places that understand their role within a larger pattern of work, land, and time. Here, the road does not rush toward a destination. It settles into a rhythm shaped by responsibility, restraint, and the long memory of communities built to last. Chapter 21, Eaton. From the surrounding farmland. Eaton comes into view as a county town shaped by straight roads, open fields, and the steady presence of local order. Courthouse streets and measured endurance. Eaton did not rise quickly, and it never needed to. From its earliest days, the town developed with a deliberate pace, shaped less by sudden opportunity than by steady responsibility. Situated amid open farmland and gentle terrain, Eaton became a place where order mattered, where continuity carried more weight than ambition. The town's form reflects that origin, composed not to impress but to endure. The land here offers few obstacles and few surprises. Fields extend outward in careful lines, broken by creeks, hedgerows, and roads that favor straightness over drama. This geography encouraged settlement rooted in agriculture and administration rather than extraction or spectacle. Eaton formed as a county seat not because it dominated its surroundings, but because it could reliably serve them. The town's location was chosen for balance and accessibility, not dominance, reinforcing its role as a stabilizing presence within the region. The courthouse stands at the center of that purpose. From the beginning, Eaton was meant to organize land, records, and disputes, to provide structure to a region defined by work and season rather than display. Streets radiate from this function with measured intent, connecting farms, families, and institutions that depend on predictability. These are not hurried streets, nor ornamental ones. They exist to support order, reinforcing a civic rhythm that values clarity and continuity. That civic responsibility shaped how Eaton understood itself. Legal proceedings, land surveys, and records management fostered a culture that valued precision and patience. Decisions were expected to last, not merely resolve the moment. Generations grew accustomed to systems that rewarded consistency over impulse. Eaton learned to measure progress not by expansion, but by stability, reinforcing an identity grounded in trust and accountability rather than momentum. As the 19th century unfolded, Eaton grew through accumulation rather than expansion. Homes, shops, and civic buildings appeared gradually, each addition reinforcing permanence. The town did not chase growth for its own sake. It accepted what the region required and resisted what it did not. That restraint shaped a community accustomed to responsibility and continuity, one that understood limits as a form of strength rather than constraint. Growth arrived incrementally. Each generation added to what already existed rather than replacing it outright. This layering created a town with memory embedded in its streets and buildings. Eaton did not erase earlier eras when new ones arrived. Instead, it absorbed them, allowing past and present to coexist. Brick facades, modest storefronts, and institutional buildings remain aligned in scale, creating a sense of coherence that feels earned rather than curated. Work in Eaton was steady and visible. Agriculture provided the foundation, tying the town's rhythm to planting and harvest. Labor followed the calendar rather than the clock, and time was understood in cycles rather than milestones. This understanding shaped expectations across the community. Progress was measured season by season, not quarter by quarter, reinforcing patience and long-term thinking. Seasonal rhythms influenced more than labor. They shaped social expectations and community life. Events, schedules, and routines aligned with agricultural cycles, reinforcing a shared understanding of time. Eaton became a place where endurance was recognized as a collective effort rather than an individual achievement. Shared labor translated into shared responsibility, strengthening the town's social fabric. Architecture in Eaton reflects this sensibility. Buildings are solid and proportioned for longevity rather than display. Brick and stone dominate, materials chosen for durability and maintenance rather than fashion. Even as styles shifted, Eaton's built environment retained coherence. Change arrived slowly, and when it did, it blended rather than disrupted. The town looks consistent not because it resisted change, but because it absorbed it carefully. Route 27 enters Eaton without ceremony. The road does not impose urgency or transform the town's scale. Instead, it becomes another street, absorbed into the existing grid. Eaton does not bend itself to the road. It allows passage while remaining centered on its own purpose, preserving a sense of proportion that travelers immediately feel. The town's response to movement was intentional. Eaton maintained access without surrendering coherence. Roads were improved and intersections managed, but the town resisted reshaping itself to accommodate speed beyond necessity. This restraint preserved walkable distances and recognizable patterns, keeping Eaton legible even as traffic increased. Movement was accommodated, not celebrated. That relationship with movement mirrors Eaton's broader character. People pass through, but the town is not defined by transience. Its identity rests in stewardship rather than exchange. Services exist to support local life first and travelers second. That ordering of priorities preserved cohesion even as surrounding regions experienced faster, more volatile change. Education, law, and local commerce developed in tandem. Schools reinforced continuity, preparing generations to participate in civic life and local economies. Commerce supported everyday needs rather than speculative expansion. Legal institutions ensured stability across generations. These systems evolved together, reducing volatility and reinforcing trust. Eaton functioned as a place where institutions worked quietly and reliably. Community life centers on familiarity. Relationships form over time, reinforced by shared routines and long memory. Gatherings are practical rather than performative, shaped by habit rather than spectacle. The town's social fabric reflects the same measured pace as its streets, resilient precisely because it avoids excess and constant reinvention. The surrounding countryside remains integral to Eaton's identity. Fields and farmsteads extend the town's influence outward, tying it directly to the land it serves. Eaton does not dominate this landscape. It supports it. The town exists in service to its surroundings as much as it benefits from them, reinforcing a balanced relationship that discourages overreach. That relationship remains reciprocal. The town depends on the countryside, and the countryside depends on Eaton's services and governance. This interdependence discouraged excess and fostered respect for limits. Eaton endured because it remained aligned with the land rather than attempting to overcome it. Standing in Eaton, it becomes clear that longevity here is not accidental. Endurance comes from alignment between land and use, between institution and community, between movement and restraint. Eaton persists because it was built to last rather than to grow quickly. Route 27 continues northward, carrying travelers onward. Eaton does not follow. It remains steady and intact, confident in the value of measured endurance. The town does not ask to be noticed. It asks to be trusted, and over time, it has been. Chapter 22, Hamilton. Route 27 crosses the Great Miami River into Hamilton, where industry, river, and road have long moved together with purpose, manufacturing, and measured growth. Hamilton sits where the interior of Ohio settles into its working posture. The land opens just enough to invite settlement without demanding spectacle, shaped by river bottoms, firm ground, and a landscape that rewards organization. This is not a city that formed by accident or ornament. Hamilton grew because conditions allowed people to build, to produce, and to remain, and that purpose still shapes the way the city presents itself along Route 27. The Great Miami River is the first fact of Hamilton's existence. Long before modern highways connected southwestern Ohio, the river provided power, transport, and orientation. It carried water through a region that understood usefulness better than display. Hamilton developed along this river not for scenery, but for access. Water power drove early industry. The river corridor guided movement. The city formed where these advantages overlapped, and that practical logic has never disappeared. Early Hamilton was a place of mills, workshops, and skilled trades. Manufacturing did not arrive later as an economic experiment. It was foundational. The river-powered machinery and the surrounding farmland supplied both labor and demand. Small factories grew into larger enterprises, and neighborhoods formed close to work because time mattered. In a manufacturing city, distance is not abstract. It is measured in shifts, deliveries, and the reliability of showing up. Hamilton learned this early. As the 19th century progressed, Hamilton's industrial base expanded and diversified. Foundries, paper mills, and metal works grew along the river corridor, drawing workers from nearby towns and rural areas. The city's streets reflect this relationship. Residential blocks sit near industrial zones without apology. Work was never meant to be hidden here. It was the reason the city existed. This proximity fostered a culture where labor was visible, valued, and understood as a shared responsibility. Hamilton's growth was steady rather than explosive. The city did not chase unchecked expansion. It grew as demand required and tightened when markets shifted. This measured growth created a city that feels composed rather than improvised. Streets are laid out with intention. Neighborhoods feel planned for endurance rather than speed. This discipline distinguishes Hamilton from places that expanded faster than their infrastructure or identity could support. The Great Miami River also demanded vigilance. Flooding remained a recurring concern, and Hamilton's relationship with water required planning and maintenance. Managing the river became part of civic responsibility, reinforcing a culture that valued foresight over reaction. Infrastructure mattered here because failure carried consequences. That awareness shaped the city's institutions and reinforced an understanding that endurance depends on systems that work quietly and consistently. Hamilton's architecture reflects this long commitment to use. Older industrial buildings carry the marks of long service, brick and steel designed for durability rather than display. Downtown structures reveal confidence rather than flourish. Banks, offices, and civic buildings built with the assumption that they would serve generations. Even where styles changed, the city retained coherence because function guided design more than fashion. Downtown Hamilton developed as a working center rather than a showcase. Businesses served residents and workers first, not visitors passing through. Stores opened because people needed them. Restaurants and cafes followed daily routines rather than special occasions. Over time, this created familiarity. The downtown became a place of return, where schedules were known and faces recognized. Cities built this way tend to weather change better because their purpose does not rely on novelty. The 20th century brought both opportunity and strain. Industrial output increased during periods of national demand, and Hamilton's workforce expanded accordingly. At the same time, the city faced challenges common to manufacturing centers: automation, shifting markets, and competition from elsewhere. Hamilton's response was not reinvention through erasure, but adjustment through reuse. Old facilities were adapted. New forms of manufacturing took root alongside older ones. The city carried its industrial identity forward without becoming trapped by it. Education and civic institutions played a stabilizing role. Schools prepared generations for skilled work and civic participation. Public buildings reinforced the idea that Hamilton was not only a place to work, but a place to live fully. Community life grew around institutions that supported continuity rather than spectacle. In cities like Hamilton, endurance is not accidental. It is built through structures that reinforce stability across decades. Hamilton's neighborhoods reflect this layered history. Older residential areas show the influence of industrial prosperity, homes built with the expectation of long tenure. Porches, brickwork, and street layouts suggest families who plan to stay. Later developments reveal periods of adjustment rather than rupture. The city's neighborhoods feel connected to the core rather than scattered around it, reinforcing a sense of cohesion that many growing cities lose. Route 27 passes through Hamilton as a continuation of the city's long history of connection. The road does not redefine the city. It aligns with what already exists. Travelers sense that this is a place built for movement and production, not for impression. That sense is accurate. Hamilton's relationship with routes has always been about function, whether river, rail, or road. Route 27 simply becomes the next layer in that lineage. The river corridor adds another dimension to Hamilton's identity. Over time, the city reimagined parts of the river's edge as shared civic space, places where residents could engage with the water that shaped the city's origins. This relationship is not sentimental. It is reflective. The river is acknowledged as both resource and responsibility. Cities that can integrate industrial history with civic life tend to find balance rather than nostalgia. Hamilton's endurance lies in its refusal to abandon its core identity. It does not pretend manufacturing was a phase to be forgotten. Instead, it treats that history as a foundation. New industries, services, and initiatives grow from the same logic that built the city in the first place: careful use of resources, respect for labor, and attention to systems that must keep working. Community pride here is understated. It does not rely on slogans or spectacle. It shows itself in maintained buildings, functioning neighborhoods, and institutions that continue to serve real needs. Hamilton values reliability over reinvention. That value shapes how the city moves forward, favoring adaptation over erasure and continuity over trend. For Route 27, Hamilton represents a mature Ohio chapter. Eaton introduced the discipline of county seat order. Hamilton expands that discipline into industrial scale. The road moves through a city that understands production, organization, and endurance as lived realities rather than abstract ideas. This progression matters. It shows how interior towns grow not by changing who they are, but by deepening the roles they already serve. Hamilton's story is written in repetition, in workdays that return, in neighborhoods that remain occupied, in institutions that continue operating without fanfare. The city does not seek rediscovery. It continues. That continuity is its strength and its defining feature. As Route 27 continues north, the landscape will change again. Towns ahead will carry different balances of education, agriculture, and regional influence. Hamilton stands as a reminder that interior cities endure when they build systems capable of absorbing change without losing coherence. Manufacturing and measured growth are not opposites here. They are partners, and together they explain why Hamilton remains a city with weight, purpose, and a steady place on the road. Chapter 23, Oxford. Route 27 passes through Oxford beneath a canopy of trees, where learning, land, and restraint shaped the town's quiet rhythm. Learning, land, and restraint. Oxford sits where restraint became an advantage. The land here does not demand drama. It offers workable ground, gentle rises, and enough distance from larger cities to allow a town to define itself without constant pressure to perform. Oxford formed not as an industrial hub or a transportation junction, but as a place shaped by intention, a community where learning, land, and continuity were expected to hold equal weight. The earliest settlement followed the same interior logic that shaped much of southwestern Ohio. Farms spread across dependable ground, and small communities formed where services could be shared. Oxford's distinction came with the decision to anchor the town around education. When an institution of learning takes root early, it changes the trajectory of a place. A college does not chase short-term cycles. It builds calendars that repeat, buildings that are meant to last, and a rhythm that returns generation after generation. Oxford learned this rhythm early, and it has never fully left it behind. Miami University became the town's defining presence, but not in a way that erased the surrounding landscape. Instead, the institution and the land learned to coexist. The campus grew alongside fields and neighborhoods rather than replacing them wholesale. This balance matters. Towns that allow a single institution to dominate often lose their center. Oxford retained one by letting learning shape the town without consuming it. The land around Oxford reinforces this sense of measured growth. Fields, tree lines, and creeks remain visible at the edges of town, reminding residents that this is still interior Ohio, a place built from agriculture as much as ideas. The town never fully surrendered to sprawl. Growth occurred, but it was absorbed carefully, maintaining a readable boundary between town and countryside. This restraint preserved Oxford's sense of scale and kept the place legible even as decades passed. Oxford's streets reflect that intention. They feel designed for walking and return rather than speed. Blocks remain connected, and the town center still functions as a center rather than a corridor. Shops, cafes, and everyday services sit close enough to one another to encourage routine encounters. This is not accidental. A town shaped by education depends on proximity. Students, faculty, and residents must cross paths naturally if the place is to feel like a community rather than a campus surrounded by housing. The presence of learning shaped Oxford's economy in quieter ways as well. Commerce developed to serve daily life rather than transient demand. Bookstores, groceries, repair shops, and local services formed the backbone of the town's economy long before larger retail patterns emerged elsewhere. Even as national chains appeared on the edges, the core retained businesses that depended on familiarity and repeat presence. This continuity reinforced a town identity built on steadiness rather than novelty. Architecture in Oxford reflects both ambition and restraint. Academic buildings carry the confidence of permanence, brick and stone constructed with the assumption that they would serve not one generation, but many. Residential neighborhoods nearby show a similar expectation. Homes were built to last, repaired rather than replaced, and arranged in streets that still make sense for daily life. The town's physical character suggests patience, a belief that usefulness over time matters more than quick reinvention. Oxford's relationship with Route 27 fits naturally into this pattern. The road does not impose itself aggressively here. It passes through as part of the town's existing structure, reinforcing connection without overwhelming identity. Route 27 serves Oxford as it serves other interior towns, by allowing movement while respecting local scale. Travelers sense that this is a place meant to be entered, not merely passed at speed. The town's cultural life reflects the long influence of learning. Conversations here tend to linger. Events favor substance over spectacle. Lectures, performances, and gatherings often grow from the academic calendar, but they spill naturally into town life. This creates a civic atmosphere that feels thoughtful rather than promotional. Oxford does not need to advertise intelligence. It lives with it daily, in routines shaped by semesters and study rather than seasons alone. At the same time, Oxford never lost its agricultural context. The surrounding land continues to matter, not as a backdrop, but as part of the town's identity. Farms and open ground shape the horizon and remind the community that learning here developed alongside labor. This dual awareness of mind and land keeps Oxford grounded. It prevents the town from becoming abstract or detached from place. The 20th century brought pressures familiar to many college towns. Enrollment growth, housing demand, and shifting student needs tested the town's balance. Oxford responded with measured adjustments rather than wholesale transformation. New buildings were added, but the older center remained intact. The town resisted becoming only a service appendage to the university. It continued to function as a community with its own rhythm and expectations. This restraint is visible in how Oxford treats space. Public areas remain shared rather than fenced off. Parks, green spaces, and civic grounds connect campus and town instead of separating them. This design reinforces the idea that learning belongs within community, not above it. Towns that manage this relationship will tend to endure because they allow multiple identities to coexist without conflict. Oxford's endurance also comes from predictability. The academic calendar provides a recurring structure that stabilizes local life. Businesses plan around semesters. Neighborhoods adjust to cycles of arrival and departure. This predictability allows the town to absorb change without losing coherence. Even when demographics shift, the underlying rhythm remains recognizable. For Route 27, Oxford represents a different kind of interior strength. Eaton showed the discipline of governance. Hamilton demonstrated industrial organization. Oxford adds intellectual continuity to the road story. It shows how a town can endure by committing to learning without abandoning its agricultural roots or its sense of place. The land itself supports this balance. The gentle terrain does not force extremes. It allows growth without demanding constant adaptation to steep slopes or floodplain. This physical moderation complements the town's cultural restraint. Oxford feels settled because the ground beneath it cooperates, and because decisions made over time favored continuity over speed. Oxford's downtown remains a place of return. It is not frozen in time, but it is not erased either. Buildings adapt, storefronts change, yet the form persists. This persistence is the product of choice. Communities that value learning tend to value memory, and Oxford's built environment reflects that connection. The town's identity is also shaped by those who leave and return. Graduates carry Oxford's name outward, but many come back or remain connected through family, work, and memory. This circulation reinforces the town's influence beyond its size. Oxford becomes not only a place on the road, but a reference point in many lives. Route 27's passage through Oxford feels appropriate because the road itself values continuity. It connects places that exist for reasons deeper than traffic counts or signage. Oxford exists because people believe that learning, anchored to land, could form a lasting community. That belief has proven durable. The most revealing quality of Oxford is how little it needs to explain itself. The town's order is visible. Its priorities are legible. Learning is present without spectacle. Land remains part of daily awareness. Growth occurs, but it is shaped rather than chased. These qualities give Oxford a quiet confidence that fits naturally into the Route 27 narrative. As the road continues north, the towns ahead will carry different balances of work, land, and institution. Oxford stands as a reminder that interior America is not defined only by production or governance. It is also defined by places that chose to invest in thought, patience, and restraint, and that found endurance through those choices. Oxford does not rush the traveler. It invites entry, then allows departure, confident that its influence will remain. Learning continues. Fields remain. The town endures because it was built to think, to stay grounded, and to grow carefully. That combination gives Oxford its place on Route 27 and explains why it belongs here, steady, composed, and quietly assured. Chapter 24, Celina. Route 27 skirts the edge of Celina, where open fields meet Grand Lake, St. Mary's, and the road settles into the town's steady, working rhythm. Fields, water, and local rhythm. Celina exists where land and water reached an agreement. The ground here is flat enough to invite cultivation, open enough to demand attention, and close enough to water to require constant care. This is not dramatic terrain. It does not rise or fall sharply, nor does it conceal its intentions. Instead, it presents a steady challenge, one that rewards planning, maintenance, and patience. Celina grew within that reality, shaped by fields that needed managing and water that needed controlling, and its character still reflects that balance. The surrounding countryside tells the story first. Fields stretch outward in broad, disciplined patterns, broken by drainage channels, windbreaks, and narrow roads that connect farms to town. This landscape was not accidental. It was engineered slowly, through generations of effort, to make the land productive and reliable. Towns like Celina formed where that work required coordination, a place where supplies could be gathered, goods exchanged, and routines reinforced. The town did not exist apart from the land. It existed because of it. Water plays an equal role in Celina's identity. Grand Lake St. Mary's lies beside the town, broad and unmistakable, altering both geography and habit. The lake was created as part of Ohio's canal system, built not for beauty, but for function. It supplied water to canals that once connected interior Ohio to wider markets, making Celina part of a larger network long before highways defined the region. That origin matters. The lake's presence was purposeful, and the town developed with that purpose in mind. When canals faded from prominence, Celina did not lose relevance. Instead, it adapted. The lake remained, shifting from infrastructure to environment, from utility to shared resource. This transition did not erase the town's agricultural roots. It complemented them. Water became part of daily life rather than a defining spectacle. Fishing, recreation, and seasonal activity emerged, but they never replaced the town's primary function as an agricultural service center. Celina learned how to incorporate water without allowing it to dominate identity. The town's layout reflects this balance. Celina developed with a legible center and clear edges, bounded by fields on one side and water on the other. Downtown streets remain compact and understandable, designed for return rather than display. Businesses serve residents and surrounding farms first, reinforcing a sense of mutual dependence. This kind of town measures success by familiarity rather than volume. People know where they are, and they know why they are there. Architecture in Celina carries that understanding quietly. Older buildings reflect modest confidence, constructed to last through weather and time rather than to announce prosperity. Brick storefronts, civic structures, and residential streets suggest a community that invested in permanence without excess. Growth occurred through addition rather than replacement. The town accumulated what it needed and resisted what would have disrupted its scale. Agricultural rhythms remain central to Celina's daily life. The surrounding fields still dictate much of the region's tempo. Planting, cultivation, and harvest shape workdays, traffic patterns, and local commerce. Even as farming technology advanced, the underlying cycle remained intact. Towns that live by these rhythms develop patience. Delay and return are expected conditions, not disruptions. Celina reflects that understanding in its steady pace and consistent routines. The lake introduces another rhythm, one that arrives with warmer months and recedes again without overtaking the town. Seasonal activity brings additional movement, but it does not redefine the place. Celina remains grounded in agriculture and local service. The lake adds texture, not identity. This distinction matters. Towns that allow a single feature to overwhelm their purpose often lose balance. Celina did not. Community life here developed around shared use rather than spectacle. Events and gatherings reflect participation more than performance. Parks, public spaces, and lake edges are used by residents who know the place well. This familiarity gives the town a grounded quality. It feels lived in rather than curated, shaped by repetition rather than reinvention. Education and civic institutions reinforce that grounding. Schools, libraries, and local organizations provide structure that returns year after year. These institutions do not dominate the town's identity, but they stabilize it. They ensure that Celina remains a place where people grow up, stay connected, and often return. In interior towns, that return matters as much as growth. Route 27 passes through Celina with alignment rather than intrusion. The road follows the logic of the land, connecting the town to other working communities without imposing urgency or scale beyond what can be absorbed. It does not transform Celina into a corridor of transit. Instead, it becomes part of the existing rhythm, another route that supports movement without redefining purpose. The surrounding landscape reinforces that sense of place. Fields stretch outward in disciplined patterns, evidence of long-term cultivation and care. Drainage ditches and channels reveal the work required to keep land productive. These features are not decorative. They are functional marks of effort. Celina's identity is inseparable from that effort, from the understanding that land yields only when it is managed consistently. The town's relationship with water also carries memory. Grand Lake St. Mary's reflects decades of change, environmental attention, and renewed stewardship. Its condition has been discussed, managed, and revisited over time, reminding residents that shared resources require shared responsibility. This awareness reinforces a culture that values maintenance and long-term thinking rather than quick solutions. Celina's endurance lies in this collective awareness. The town understands itself as part of a system: land, water, people, and routines bound together by necessity. It does not attempt to reinvent itself through trend or spectacle. Instead, it maintains what works, adjusts when needed, and preserves a scale that keeps daily life legible. Downtown Celina remains a place of return. Even as commercial patterns shifted elsewhere, the center retained its role as a shared reference point. Streets remain walkable. Businesses remain accessible. The town's shape encourages encounter rather than dispersal. This quality supports cohesion in ways that cannot be measured by size or traffic counts. For Route 27, Celina represents a quiet Ohio chapter that reinforces the road's deeper logic. Eaton introduced governance and order. Hamilton carried industrial weight. Oxford centered learning and restraint. Celina returns the story to fields and water, to a place where rhythm is set by land and season rather than by production schedules or academic calendars. This progression matters. It shows the interior not as a single story, but as a series of balanced lives shaped by different forms of continuity. Celina does not announce itself loudly. It does not need to. Its identity is visible in how the town functions day after day. Fields continue to be worked. Water continues to be managed. People continue to return. That consistency is its strength. As the route continues north, the landscape will begin to change again. New waters, new towns, and new balances will emerge. Celina stands as a reminder that interior towns endure when they respect the systems that sustain them. Fields, water, and local rhythm remain aligned here, and that alignment gives the town its place on the road. Michigan. In Michigan, The journey continues along the same historic northbound spine, even where modern roadside signs use a different number. The land tightens and the air changes. Tree cover thickens, distances feel longer, and towns begin to sit closer to water and woodland than to open fields. Agriculture remains, but it shares the stage with river systems, lake influence, and working landscapes shaped by timber, small industry, and long seasonal cycles. This is a section defined by steadiness, not spectacle. County seats and service towns appear at measured intervals, built for return rather than rush. Streets are maintained, institutions hold, and communities endure by keeping what works and adjusting only when necessary. The North feels more deliberate here, and the road's final stretch carries that discipline forward toward cooler ground, deeper water, and towns shaped by persistence rather than speed. Chapter 25, Coldwater. A working Coldwater street leads toward the Branch County Courthouse, where daily commerce and civic life meet without ceremony. Michigan ground, Ohio roots. Coldwater sits where Michigan begins to feel settled rather than distant. The land here is still shaped by agriculture, still ordered by fields and drainage, but the air and light carry a northern restraint that signals a shift. This is not Ohio anymore, though the influence remains close. Coldwater exists at a hinge point, grounded in Michigan soil while carrying patterns of development, governance, and routine that echo its southern neighbors. That combination gives the town its character and explains its place along the route. The surrounding landscape offers few dramatic gestures. Fields extend outward in disciplined arrangements, broken by tree lines, creeks, and narrow roads that connect farms to town. This ground was worked carefully and early, shaped for productivity rather than display. Coldwater formed as a service center for that work, a place where supplies, markets, and institutions could gather within reach of the countryside. The town did not emerge from transit or extraction. It emerged from settlement that expected to stay. Coldwater's early growth followed the familiar interior logic of the Midwest. Reliable land invited farming. Farming required coordination. Coordination produced towns. What distinguishes Coldwater is how firmly it held to that purpose while adapting to Michigan's particular geography and climate. Winters demanded preparation. Distance from major waterways required planning. The town learned to value systems that functioned across seasons rather than chasing short-term opportunity. Water plays a quieter but persistent role here. Lakes, marshes, and low ground surround the region, reminders that drainage and management were necessary to make settlement durable. Coldwater's development reflects that awareness. Roads and neighborhoods sit where ground could be trusted. Town infrastructure grew with attention to maintenance rather than expansion. This cultivated a civic culture that favored caution, foresight, and continuity over speed. The town's layout reinforces that sensibility. Coldwater developed with a clear center and legible boundaries, shaped to be navigated easily and returned to often. Downtown streets remain compact and understandable. Businesses cluster where people expect them to be, reinforcing routine rather than novelty. This is a place designed for familiarity, where daily life repeats with small variations rather than constant reinvention. Architecture in Coldwater reflects modest confidence. Buildings were constructed to endure weather and time, brick and stone chosen for longevity rather than ornament. Civic structures carry a sense of permanence without grandeur. Residential neighborhoods show similar intent, homes built for long tenure, repaired and adapted rather than replaced wholesale. The town's physical character suggests patience, a belief that usefulness over time matters more than dramatic statements. Coldwater's public spaces reflect this same restraint. Parks, courthouse grounds, and civic buildings were laid out to serve daily life rather than spectacle. These spaces are not designed to impress visitors so much as to accommodate residents. Benches, walkways, and open lawns appear where they are needed, not where they photograph best. Over time, these modest spaces became anchors for community life, reinforcing the idea that permanence grows from use rather than display. Coldwater's institutions reinforce that patience. Schools, courts, and local organizations form a stable framework that has persisted through generations. Education here serves local continuity as much as advancement. Civic life centers on reliability. The town values systems that work quietly and consistently, ensuring that daily life remains predictable even as broader conditions shift. The route passes through Coldwater as part of this established pattern. The road does not redefine the town. It aligns with existing movement, reinforcing Coldwater's role as a connector between communities that share similar rhythms. Travelers sense that this is not a place built for passing through quickly. It is a place built to function day after day, regardless of who arrives or leaves. Coldwater's relationship with Ohio is embedded in its structure. Settlement patterns, agricultural practices, and civic organization reflect influences that cross the state line. The town's roots extend southward, shaped by similar land use and institutional models. At the same time, Coldwater belongs firmly to Michigan, adapting those patterns to a northern climate and different regional networks. This dual influence gives the town a balanced identity, neither derivative nor isolated. The surrounding countryside reinforces that balance. Fields remain active. Smaller communities nearby depend on Coldwater for services, governance, and trade. The town serves as a hub without asserting dominance. Its influence is practical rather than symbolic. Coldwater exists to support the region, and the region sustains it in return. Seasonal contrast deepens Coldwater's sense of endurance. Winters slow the landscape and compress daily routines, reinforcing habits of preparation and maintenance. Snow, cold, and reduced daylight shape how people move and gather. When spring returns, activity resumes without ceremony. This cycle reinforces patience and continuity, qualities that are visible in how the town plans, builds, and responds to change. Community life here reflects long familiarity. Relationships form over years rather than moments. Events are practical, grounded in shared routines rather than spectacle. This continuity gives the town resilience. Places built on repetition tend to endure because their identity does not depend on constant attention. Coldwater's strength lies in its ability to continue functioning even when broader economic or cultural shifts occur elsewhere. The transition into Michigan along the route becomes clear in Coldwater. The pace changes slightly. The road feels less transitional and more settled. Towns ahead will carry deeper northern characteristics, but Coldwater marks the moment where that shift begins. It is a place where southern patterns meet northern discipline, where adaptation becomes part of daily life rather than a response to crisis. Coldwater's endurance is not accidental. It results from decisions made over time to prioritize maintenance, legibility, and balance. The town does not chase prominence. It values usefulness. That value shapes how it grows, how it governs, and how it presents itself to those passing through. Downtown Coldwater remains a place of return. Even as commercial patterns evolve, the center retained its role as a shared reference point. Streets remain walkable. Businesses remain accessible. The town's shape encourages encounter rather than dispersal, reinforcing cohesion without requiring density or spectacle. For the route, Coldwater represents the beginning of Michigan's deeper interior story. Ohio's influence remains visible, but the ground is different now. The climate is different. The expectations are different. Coldwater shows how towns carry their roots forward while adapting to new conditions, preserving continuity without resisting change. As the route continues north, the towns ahead will reflect increasingly Michigan-centered identities, shaped by water, forest, and industry in different proportions. Coldwater stands as a transitional anchor, a place where Ohio-rooted patterns settled into Michigan soil and found durability there. Coldwater does not announce itself loudly. It does not need to. Its identity is visible in how the town functions day after day, in fields worked, institutions maintained, and routines repeated. That steadiness gives Coldwater its place on the route and explains why it belongs here, grounded, reliable, and quietly enduring. Chapter 26, Marshall. The route narrows as it approaches Marshall, where open country gives way to ordered streets and a town built with intention. Streets built to last. Marshall announces itself through order. The town does not rely on a single landmark or dramatic approach to make its presence known. Instead, it reveals itself through streets that feel deliberate, blocks that align cleanly, and a built environment that suggests long-term intention. From the moment the route enters Marshall, the town feels composed. This is a place that expected to endure and built accordingly. The land here is cooperative, gently rolling and well-drained. It offered early settlers ground that could support both agriculture and settlement without constant intervention. Marshall formed at a point where travel routes, farmland, and governance naturally converged. Unlike towns that grew reactively, Marshall developed with foresight. The streets were laid out not simply to connect buildings, but to organize civic life. That organization remains visible today. Marshall's early development coincided with a period when permanence was an expectation rather than a hope. The town's builders assumed that what they constructed would serve generations. That assumption shaped everything from street width to building placement. Streets were made broad enough to accommodate growth, but restrained enough to maintain cohesion. Blocks were regular, intersections predictable. The result is a town that still reads clearly, even after decades of change. Architecture reinforces this sense of durability. Marshall is known for its concentration of historic structures, but what matters more than style is consistency. Buildings were constructed with materials chosen for longevity. Brick, stone, and heavy timber dominate. Facades were designed to age rather than impress. Even where styles vary, the town maintains coherence because scale and proportion remain disciplined. This is not a collection of preserved curiosities. It is a functioning town that never abandoned its original framework. The town's streets carry this history forward. Walking through Marshall, it becomes clear that the streets themselves are the primary civic feature. They guide movement, frame buildings, and establish rhythm. Sidewalks connect seamlessly. Corners are clear and intentional. The street grid does not compete with the landscape, nor does it bend excessively to it. Instead, it imposes a gentle order that balances practicality with restraint. Marshall's role as a county seat reinforced this approach. Governance requires legibility. Records, courts, and institutions depend on predictability and access. Marshall's civic buildings were placed to anchor the town rather than dominate it. The courthouse and related structures sit within the grid, integrated into daily life rather than elevated above it. This integration strengthens the sense that civic responsibility here was meant to be visible and accessible. The surrounding countryside influenced Marshall's development without overwhelming it. Farms and rural communities relied on the town for services, trade, and governance. Marshall became a center of coordination rather than extraction. The town did not grow by absorbing surrounding land indiscriminately. It remained compact, preserving a clear distinction between town and countryside. This distinction helped Marshall retain its identity even as transportation and commerce evolved. The route moves through Marshall in a way that feels natural rather than imposed. The road aligns with the existing street network, reinforcing connections rather than disrupting them. Travelers sense that Marshall was not built around the road. The road simply joined what already existed. This relationship matters. Towns that bend themselves to highways often lose coherence. Marshall retained its structure by allowing the road to pass through without redefining purpose. The town's residential streets echo the same philosophy. Homes are arranged with consistency and care. Yards, setbacks, and tree lines suggest planning rather than improvisation. These neighborhoods were designed for long-term habitation. Houses were built to be lived in for decades, not cycled through quickly. This stability contributes to the town's continuity. People stay. When they leave, others arrive who understand the value of what already exists. Marshall's commitment to preservation is not nostalgic. It is practical. Maintaining the original street grid and building stock proved more effective than repeated reinvention. The town invested in upkeep rather than replacement. This approach allowed Marshall to absorb economic shifts without losing its character. Where other towns struggled with fragmentation, Marshall's intact structure provided resilience. Community life here reflects that stability. Events and gatherings occur within familiar spaces. Streets serve as shared ground where daily interactions unfold naturally. There is no need to manufacture civic identity when the town's layout already supports it. Marshall's social fabric benefits from physical continuity. People recognize places as much as they recognize faces. Education and cultural institutions further reinforce this sense of endurance. Schools, libraries, and local organizations occupy buildings that reflect the town's broader commitment to permanence. These institutions are not isolated complexes. They are woven into the street network, accessible and integrated. This integration strengthens civic engagement by making participation part of routine life. Marshall's economy developed in alignment with its structure. Commerce concentrated along established corridors. Businesses occupied buildings designed for adaptability. Storefronts changed hands without requiring structural change. This adaptability allowed the town to evolve economically while preserving its physical identity. Streets built to last made economic transitions manageable rather than disruptive. Seasonal change adds another layer to Marshall's character. Michigan winters test infrastructure and routine. Streets that endure snow, ice, and freeze-thaw cycles reveal their quality over time. Marshall's streets have endured because they were built with foresight. Drainage, grading, and materials reflect an understanding of climate. This attention to practical detail reinforces the town's reputation for durability. As the route continues northward, Marshall stands out as a model of interior planning done well. The town demonstrates how thoughtful street design can shape civic life for generations. It does not rely on a single attraction or narrative. Its strength lies in the cumulative effect of decisions made long ago and maintained consistently. For the route journey, Marshall represents a turning point in Michigan's interior story. Coldwater introduced the transition from Ohio patterns to Michigan conditions. Marshall shows what happens when those conditions are met with intention and care. Streets built to last become the foundation for a town that remains legible, functional, and grounded. Marshall does not ask to be admired. It simply continues to work. The streets carry people where they need to go. Buildings serve their purposes. Institutions function as intended. This quiet competence defines the town. It explains why Marshall remains intact while others have fractured. As the road moves on, the traveler carries this lesson forward. Towns endure not because they resist change, but because they are built well enough to accommodate it. Marshall streets, laid out with purpose and maintained with care, embody that truth. They have carried generations through the town, and they continue to do so, steady and unassuming, marking Marshall's place on the route. Chapter 27, St. John's. St. John's gathers around its courthouse, a county seat defined by order, continuity, and everyday governance. County seat without ceremony. St. John's does not posture. It does not announce itself with grand approaches or architectural declarations meant to impress the passing eye. Instead, it settles into the land with quiet certainty, a town shaped less by ambition than by responsibility. As the route reaches St. John's, the road enters a place that understands its role clearly. This is a county seat built to function, to endure, and to serve without spectacle. The surrounding landscape is cooperative but not indulgent. Fields spread outward in steady patterns, shaped by agriculture that rewards consistency over risk. Tree lines, drainage channels, and modest roads define the rhythm of movement. This is land that expects care rather than conquest. St. John's formed within that expectation, growing where governance and daily life needed a reliable center. The town exists because coordination mattered here, and because someone had to keep records, settle disputes, and maintain order across the surrounding countryside. Unlike towns that grew around industry or transportation hubs, St. John's developed around administration. Its role as a county seat placed it at the center of civic responsibility rather than commerce. That distinction shaped the town's character from the beginning. The built environment reflects purpose before style. Buildings were placed to be accessible, streets arranged for clarity, and public spaces designed for use rather than display. St. John's layout reinforces this function-first approach. The town's grid is legible and restrained, easy to navigate without calling attention to itself. Streets intersect cleanly. Blocks remain consistent in scale. The town does not sprawl outward aggressively, nor does it compress itself into a tight core. It maintains a measured balance that reflects its administrative role. People come here to do what needs doing, and then they return to their fields, homes, and neighboring towns. Architecture in St. John's mirrors that sensibility. Civic buildings carry weight without ornament. Brick and stone dominate, chosen for durability rather than flourish. The courthouse, offices, and supporting structures sit comfortably within the town rather than towering over it. Their presence is felt through function rather than form. This restraint gives the town a grounded quality. Nothing feels overbuilt. Nothing feels provisional. Residential streets extend outward from the civic core with similar discipline. Homes are arranged with consistency and care, built for long-term habitation rather than short cycles of turnover. Yards are practical. Sidewalks connect naturally. Trees provide continuity rather than decoration. These neighborhoods were not designed to impress newcomers. They were designed to support families who intended to stay. St. John's economy reflects its administrative focus. Commerce exists to serve local needs. Shops, services, and small businesses cluster where people expect them, reinforcing daily routines rather than novelty. There is no attempt to rebrand the town as something it is not. Its strength lies in familiarity. Residents know where to go and why. Visitors sense immediately that this is a working place, not a destination built for attention. The route moves through St. John's without disruption. The road aligns with the town's existing order, reinforcing its role as a connector rather than a divider. Travelers do not feel hurried through, nor are they encouraged to linger unnecessarily. The road respects the town's scale and purpose. In return, the town absorbs the road without losing coherence. This relationship reflects mutual understanding rather than competition. Seasonal change reinforces St. John's steady character. Michigan winters compress daily life, slowing movement and emphasizing routine. Snow, cold, and reduced daylight test infrastructure and patience. St. John's endures these conditions without drama. Streets remain passable. Civic functions continue. When spring arrives, activity resumes as expected, not as celebration. This predictability strengthens the town's sense of continuity. The surrounding countryside relies on St. John's in practical ways. Farmers, residents of smaller communities, and local institutions depend on the town for governance, services, and coordination. St. John's does not dominate this region. It supports it. The town's influence is quiet and consistent, felt through presence rather than assertion. This relationship reinforces mutual dependence and stability. Community life here reflects long familiarity. Relationships develop over years rather than moments. Events are functional, grounded in shared routines rather than spectacle. Civic engagement occurs because it must, not because it is fashionable. This gives St. John's resilience. Towns built around responsibility tend to endure because their identity does not depend on attention or reinvention. Education and public institutions reinforce this endurance. Schools, libraries, and administrative offices form a stable framework that persists across generations. These institutions are woven into the town's fabric rather than isolated from it. Participation becomes part of daily life rather than an exception. This integration strengthens civic identity by making responsibility visible and accessible. St. John's history is not marked by dramatic booms or collapses. Instead, it is defined by steady function. The town has adapted to changing conditions without abandoning its core purpose. Where industries have shifted or populations fluctuated, St. John's remained a constant point of reference. This stability is not accidental. It reflects decisions made over time to prioritize maintenance, clarity, and balance. For the route, St. John's represents a distinct Michigan chapter. Coldwater introduced the transition from Ohio-rooted patterns into Michigan conditions. Marshall demonstrated the power of streets built with intention. St. John's shows what happens when governance itself becomes the organizing principle. It is a town defined not by what it produces, but by what it maintains. The road's passage through St. John's feels appropriate because both share an understanding of continuity. The route connects places that exist for reasons deeper than traffic counts or signage. St. John's exists because order needed a home. That alignment gives this chapter its quiet authority. Downtown St. John's remains a place of return. Even as commercial patterns shift elsewhere, the town center retains its role as a shared reference point. Streets remain walkable. Buildings remain useful. The town's shape encourages recognition rather than dispersal. This quality supports cohesion without requiring growth or spectacle. As the route continues north, the landscape will change again. Towns ahead will carry different balances of industry, agriculture, and memory. St. John's stands as a reminder that interior towns endure when they commit to responsibility over display. Its lack of ceremony is not a weakness. It is its defining strength. St. John's does not ask to be admired. It simply continues to serve. Records are kept. Streets are maintained. People return. This quiet competence explains why the town remains intact, legible, and grounded. Along the route, St. John's holds its place not by drawing attention, but by doing its work well, year after year. Chapter 28, Ithaca. The route approaches Ithaca through working fields, where grain elevators and shared labor shape the town's steady rhythm. Farming towns and shared labor. Ithaca does not separate itself from the land around it. The town exists within agriculture rather than beside it, shaped by fields that begin almost at the edge of downtown and extend outward without interruption. This is a place where farming is not background or heritage alone, but a present condition that continues to define daily life. As the route reaches Ithaca, the road enters a town built on shared labor and long familiarity, where work remains visible and continuity is sustained collectively. The surrounding landscape is open and practical. Fields spread outward in steady grids, broken by drainage lines, windbreaks, and farm roads that connect barns, homes, and town. This ground was shaped for productivity through careful management rather than grand intervention. Ithaca formed where that work required coordination, a place where supplies could be gathered, crops marketed, and community routines reinforced. The town exists because agriculture demanded a center that could support it. Unlike towns defined by industry or administration, Ithaca developed as a farming hub. Its growth followed the rhythms of planting and harvest rather than shifts or court calendars. This shaped a different kind of civic life. Time here is measured by seasons, weather, and yield. Decisions are made with an eye toward cycles rather than immediacy. That orientation fosters patience and shared responsibility, qualities that remain embedded in the town's character. Ithaca's layout reflects this agricultural logic. The town remains compact and legible, designed to be navigated easily and returned to often. Downtown streets are modest in scale, aligned for use rather than display. Businesses cluster where farmers and residents naturally pass through, reinforcing daily routines. There is no attempt to monumentalize the town center. Its importance comes from function rather than form. Architecture in Ithaca mirrors this restraint. Buildings were constructed to serve practical needs, brick and wood chosen for durability and adaptability. Storefronts, civic structures, and homes were built with the expectation that they would be used continuously, repaired as needed, and passed along rather than replaced. This creates a built environment that feels settled rather than curated. The town wears its age without nostalgia. Shared labor is the organizing principle here. Farming is rarely solitary work in places like Ithaca. It depends on cooperation, timing, and mutual support. Equipment is shared. Knowledge is passed down. Neighbors rely on one another when weather turns or machinery fails. The town developed as an extension of that cooperation, a place where collective effort could be coordinated and sustained. Community life in Ithaca reflects this interdependence. Relationships form over years of shared work rather than chance encounter. Events and gatherings are practical, grounded in routines tied to the agricultural calendar. Civic engagement grows from necessity rather than performance. People participate because participation keeps systems functioning. This gives the town resilience. Places built on shared responsibility tend to endure because their identity is reinforced daily through action. The route moves through Ithaca without altering this dynamic. The road aligns with existing patterns of movement, connecting the town to other agricultural communities without imposing urgency. Travelers sense that this is not a place organized around traffic. The road supports the town's function rather than redefining it. Ithaca absorbs movement without losing coherence. Seasonal change reinforces the town's collective rhythm. Michigan winters compress activity, slowing movement and emphasizing preparation. Snow, cold, and reduced daylight test routines and infrastructure. Ithaca responds with the same shared discipline that governs the rest of the year. When spring returns, work resumes without ceremony. This predictability strengthens trust and continuity. The surrounding countryside relies on Ithaca in tangible ways. Farmers depend on the town for supplies, services, and coordination. In return, the town's economy remains tied to the land's productivity. This reciprocal relationship discourages excess and reinforces balance. Ithaca does not attempt to grow beyond what its agricultural base can support. It grows with it. Education and local institutions reinforce this balance. Schools, libraries, and community organizations remain integrated into the town rather than set apart from it. These institutions reflect the same values as the fields around them: continuity, reliability, and shared effort. Participation becomes part of daily life rather than a separate activity. Ithaca's history is not marked by dramatic expansion or decline. Instead, it reflects steady adaptation. Farming methods changed. Equipment improved. Markets shifted. Through it all, the town adjusted without abandoning its core identity. This stability is not accidental. It reflects a culture that values maintenance and cooperation over speculation. Downtown Ithaca remains a place of return. Even as commercial patterns shifted elsewhere, the town center retained its role as a shared reference point. Streets remain walkable. Businesses remain accessible. The town's scale encourages recognition rather than dispersal. This familiarity supports cohesion in ways that cannot be replicated by larger centers. For the route, Ithaca represents an essential Michigan chapter. Coldwater introduced the transition into Michigan soil. Marshall demonstrated the power of built order. St. John's centered governance. Ithaca brings the road fully into farming country, where shared labor defines both economy and identity. This progression matters. It shows how the interior sustains itself through cooperation rather than specialization alone. The road's presence here feels appropriate because it respects the town's rhythm. The route connects Ithaca to other places shaped by land and work without imposing external pace. The town remains oriented toward its fields first, its road second. That hierarchy preserves balance. Ithaca does not seek distinction through display. It does not advertise itself as an experience. Its identity is visible in how the town functions day after day. Fields are worked. Equipment is maintained. People show up for one another. This quiet consistency defines the place more clearly than any landmark could. As the route continues north, the landscape will change again. Towns ahead will reflect different balances of agriculture, industry, and memory. Ithaca stands as a reminder that shared labor remains one of the interior's most durable foundations. The town endures not because it stands apart from its fields, but because it remains inseparable from them. Along the route, Ithaca holds its place through cooperation rather than assertion. It does not rush the traveler. It does not demand attention. It simply continues, season after season, work after work, sustaining itself through the collective effort that built it in the first place. Chapter 29, Harrison. Harrison gathers at the crossroads, where daily movement continues in a town shaped by rebuilding and return. Forest, fire, and rebuilding. Harrison sits where the land begins to feel more wooded than worked. Fields still appear in openings and along road edges, but the dominant texture is forest, long stretches of pine and mixed hardwood that change light, distance, and the sense of scale. By the time the route reaches Harrison, Michigan has shifted again. The road feels deeper into the state, farther from the border logic of earlier chapters, and more connected to the northern rhythms of timber, lakes, and long recovery. The countryside around Harrison is shaped by forests that have been used, cut, replanted, and used again. This is not untouched wilderness. It is working woodland, managed over decades in cycles that require patience and planning. Towns that grow within forest country develop different instincts than towns built entirely on open farmland. They understand that distance can be measured in tree lines and seasonal roads, and that work is often dispersed across terrain that does not gather neatly into one visible center. Harrison formed as a place that could gather that dispersed life into a town with services, supplies, and stability. The presence of fire is part of that story. Forest communities learn early that fire is both threat and reset. It can erase in hours what took decades to build, yet it also reshapes land in ways that influence what grows next, how people manage risk, and how a town understands endurance. Harrison's identity has long been tied to the necessity of rebuilding, not as a slogan, but as a lived reality that shaped how people planned, built, and responded when the land reminded them it sets terms. Harrison also sits within a region of water. Lakes and wetlands punctuate the woods, creating boundaries and orientation points that are felt even when they are not visible from the road. In this part of Michigan, water is rarely far away. It shapes recreation, local movement, and the working logic of the landscape. Yet Harrison is not defined solely by lakeside leisure. It functions as a center for a larger forested area, a place where people come for what cannot be found on back roads: groceries, repairs, supplies, schools, services, and routine. The town's layout reflects that role. Harrison remains compact and legible, built to serve return rather than spectacle. The downtown is practical, sized to the needs of residents and the surrounding region. Buildings are durable rather than ornate. Streets are meant to be navigated easily, especially when winter conditions and seasonal travel change what routes remain reliable. Towns like this do not survive on beauty alone. They survive on usefulness. The route enters Harrison with the feel of an interior corridor that has learned how to serve both local life and through movement. The road does not turn Harrison into a pass-through strip. Instead, it becomes part of the town's routine, supporting access without dominating identity. Travelers sense that this is not a town built to impress. It is built to endure, and endurance in forest country has a particular meaning. Seasonal contrast deepens that meaning. Winters in northern Michigan compress life. Snow, cold, and reduced daylight narrow activity and test infrastructure. Roads become more important because alternatives disappear. Supplies matter more. Planning matters more. In towns like Harrison, winter reinforces the value of reliability. When spring returns, it does not bring reinvention. It brings resumption, and the town continues as it always has, grounded in routine. Forestry and related work shaped the region's employment patterns over time. Timber, milling, trucking, and seasonal labor created cycles of activity that affected local commerce and community life. When timber work was strong, demand increased for tools, services, and housing. When it slowed, towns relied on the steadier base of year-round residents and institutional continuity. Harrison's resilience comes from functioning as a regional center even when individual industries fluctuate. The presence of recreation adds another layer, but it does not replace the town's core identity. Lakes, trails, hunting land, and seasonal visitors influence local rhythm, especially in warmer months. Yet Harrison's deeper role remains local and practical. It supports residents first. Seasonal movement is absorbed rather than chased. This balance prevents the town from becoming dependent on a single season or identity. Community life in Harrison reflects long familiarity. Relationships are built through shared work, shared weather, and shared recovery. When a town has rebuilt through hardship, it carries a different kind of cohesion. People understand interdependence not as a virtue statement, but as a practical necessity. They know that resilience is collective, and that routine itself becomes a form of rebuilding. The town's built environment reflects this pragmatism. Structures tend to be straightforward, built for use and repair rather than fashion. Commercial areas serve daily needs. Residential streets suggest permanence without display. A town in forest country rarely feels polished, and Harrison does not pretend to be. Its character comes from function and continuity rather than curated charm. For the route, Harrison represents a northern Michigan chapter where the road's story becomes more about endurance and landscape than about institutional structure. Coldwater introduced Michigan ground. Marshall emphasized built order. St. John's centered civic responsibility. Ithaca emphasized shared labor and fields. Harrison shifts the emphasis to forest country, to a place where rebuilding is not metaphorical. It is historical and environmental reality. The road's presence here feels deeper, more interior. Trees close in. Distances feel longer. The horizon becomes a wall of green in summer and a wall of dark branches in colder seasons. This changes how a traveler reads the land. In forest country, towns are not spaced for convenience. They are spaced where settlement could hold. Harrison holds because it functions as a dependable point within a region defined by dispersed life. The town's endurance lies in its refusal to exaggerate itself. It does not need dramatic claims. It carries its identity through continuity. Forest work continues. Seasonal rhythms return. Roads remain the lifelines. Institutions persist. The town has rebuilt when necessary and maintained what works when conditions allow. That is real endurance. As the route continues north toward its final chapter, the road will begin to feel like it is approaching the state's quieter heart. Towns become more closely tied to woods and water, and the sense of distance grows. Harrison stands as a marker of that transition, a place where forest, fire, and rebuilding shaped not only land use, but community character. Harrison does not ask to be admired. It asks to be relied upon. In a region where weather shifts quickly and forests set terms, reliability is a form of identity. The route passes through, and the town remains, steady in its role, carrying the memory of rebuilding and the discipline of continuing. Chapter 30, Gaylord. Gaylord opens into broader ground, where the town's main street stretches ahead and the northbound journey finally feels level. Where the road finally levels out. Gaylord arrives with a change in posture. After miles of northern Michigan, where trees close in and distance feels measured by forest, the land begins to open. The horizon stretches farther, the grades soften, and the drive starts to feel steadier under the tires. It is not that the state becomes simple, only that it becomes more legible. In Gaylord, the northbound journey reaches a place where movement is easier, where the landscape loosens its grip, and where a town formed precisely because that easing mattered. This region is shaped by glacial ground, a long inheritance of sand, gravel, and rolling outwash that produces broad, workable stretches between woods. The forest remains, but it no longer dominates every view. Fields and clearings appear more often. Roads straighten, then stay straight longer. That shift creates opportunity. Towns tend to grow where travel becomes predictable, where routes can meet without being forced into constant curves, and where goods can move without fighting the land at every mile. Gaylord holds that advantage, and it has built its identity around it. From the beginning, this was a town of connection, not a port, not a river crossing, not a factory city built from a single boom, but a place that became useful because routes converged. People needed a dependable point for supplies, lodging, and exchange in a landscape where farms, timber work, and small settlements were dispersed. A town that gathers dispersed life becomes a reference point. It becomes the place people plan around, the place they return to when they need something handled face to face. Gaylord's county seat role reinforced that function. County seats do not exist to perform. They exist to organize. They provide records, courts, and institutions that turn a region into something coherent. In northern Michigan, where distance can be felt in weather and travel time, a county center becomes more than a dot on a map. It becomes assurance. Gaylord grew into that responsibility, building an identity grounded in steadiness and service rather than display. The town street layout reflects that practical origin. It remains compact enough to feel readable, yet open enough to accommodate movement through it. Blocks gather around a central core where businesses and civic life concentrate. This is not a place that hides its purpose behind sprawl. The center matters. People still come in, park, walk, and conduct the daily transactions that hold a region together: repairs, supplies, appointments, errands, and ordinary routines that do not make headlines but shape real life. Over time, the forces that shaped Gaylord widened. Timber and related work influenced the region, not always visibly within town limits, but in the employment patterns and commercial needs that came with a working forest economy. Truck traffic, equipment repair, supply businesses, and service work grew in response. A town that serves a resource landscape becomes durable when it stays flexible. It learns to support many kinds of work without losing its center. Then came a defining test, the kind of disruption that reveals whether a town is merely convenient or genuinely rooted. In the middle decades of the 20th century, Gaylord experienced a major downtown fire that forced rebuilding. Fires do more than remove buildings. They remove familiarity. They wipe out the visual cues people use to recognize their own town. The response is what matters. A community either rebuilds into something temporary, or it rebuilds with intention, using the disruption as a chance to reassert identity. Gaylord chose intention. Over time, the rebuilt downtown began to take on a distinctive architectural theme, a visual consistency that set it apart from many other northern towns. The point was not decoration for its own sake. The point was coherence, a way of giving the center a recognizable form again after loss. Whether someone loves the style or not, the deeper truth is that the town refused to drift into anonymity. It rebuilt a center people could name and remember. That rebuilt center matters along this road because it reinforces the chapter's theme. A place where the land levels out becomes a place where a community can plan. Planning produces streets that make sense, downtown blocks that hold, and civic structures that remain visible instead of scattered. Gaylord carries that sense of planning strongly. The town feels like a hinge between the deep northern interior and a broader, more accessible north. The surrounding landscape reinforces this hinge feeling. To the west and north, the woods still gather. Lakes appear, not always immediately visible, but present in the region's identity, shaping weekend patterns, hunting seasons, and the long local knowledge that develops when land and water are always close. Yet the travel corridors remain easier here, and that ease continues to draw services and commerce into Gaylord's orbit. The town becomes a practical base, a place where people can live and work while remaining connected to the wider region. Seasonal change deepens that role. Winters here are real, bringing snow, cold, and a different pace of movement. In colder months, the town's importance as a service center increases. Roads matter more. Supplies matter more. People rely on dependable places that remain open and functional. When spring returns, the region resumes its broader rhythm. Work in the woods, work on farms, maintenance, building, and the steady stream of movement that follows the easier road geometry. Gaylord's identity is also shaped by the fact that it is not isolated. Major north and south travel routes cross near the town, making it a natural stop and a natural hub. This can be a blessing or a threat to a town's character. Some places become nothing more than an exit sign and a strip of chain storefronts. Gaylord has resisted becoming only that by maintaining a recognizable center and an interior logic that still feels local. It continues to function as a county seat, a service town, and a regional reference point, not merely a waypoint. This balance shows in the way the town carries its daily life. The businesses that endure here are the ones rooted in return, services, trades, supplies, and the kinds of small enterprises that depend on locals who come back week after week. Even when visitors pass through, the town's deeper stability comes from people who live here and rely on it. That is the difference between a place that survives and a place that lasts. Along the northbound journey, Gaylord also marks a change in emotional temperature. Earlier Michigan chapters carried the pressure of forest country, rebuilding after fire, and the responsibility of county seat life that sits slightly apart from through traffic. Here, the landscape loosens. The road feels smoother in both geography and rhythm. The traveler can breathe more easily, not because the world becomes easier, but because the land is less demanding. The route starts to feel like a long line instead of a series of bends and constraints. This is why Gaylord belongs at the close of the book's Michigan run. It does not end the journey with a dramatic flourish. It ends it with steadiness. It offers a place where the landscape becomes more open, where the town center remains recognizable, and where the region's working life can gather without being forced into constant adaptation to terrain. Gaylord shows what it looks like when a road finally settles, and when a community takes advantage of that settling to remain coherent. Gaylord's story, in the end, is not about a single industry or one defining era. It is about the advantages of readable ground and the discipline of maintaining a center. It is about rebuilding when necessary and shaping identity without excess. It is about a northern Michigan town that exists because routes converge and because people needed a dependable place to return to. The northbound drive continues beyond Gaylord, but this chapter leaves a lasting impression. After the forests, the fields, the county seats, and the long stretches of work that shaped Michigan's interior, the road here finally levels out. The land opens, the town holds, and the journey feels gathered into one final, steady rhythm of movement and continuity. Afterword, every road book ends the same way on paper, with a final chapter, a closing mark, and the page turning into white space. The road itself does not end that way. It continues north and south, carrying new traffic, new errands, new seasons, and the same ordinary demands that shaped the towns in this book long before this journey was written. Route 27 was never chosen for spectacle. It was chosen for what it reveals. Inland America is not built around grand entrances. It is built around places that stay useful. A county seat that keeps records. A working town that keeps commerce moving. A crossroads that holds together a wide radius of rural life. A community that rebuilds when it must and keeps going without ceremony. These are not secondary stories. They are the structure beneath the country's motion. The farther north the journey traveled, the more the road seemed to simplify, not by becoming empty, but by becoming legible. Forest and field took turns. Town centers appeared at measured intervals. The landscape stopped demanding constant negotiation and began to allow longer, steadier miles. That change was not only geographic. It was emotional. A road that finally levels out gives a traveler room to notice how much has already been carried. What remains after the last page is the accumulation of ordinary strength. Each town in this book held a particular balance between land and life. Some were shaped by water and engineered ground. Some were shaped by fields and long agricultural cycles. Some were shaped by ridges and valley corridors that forced the road into humility. Farther north, trees closed in, weather sharpened routine, and endurance became less of a metaphor and more of a daily practice. Different landscapes, different economies, and different histories, but the same underlying truth: places endure by returning to what works. This journey also clarified something about the road itself. A route does not need to be famous to be meaningful. In fact, the roads that feel modest often carry the clearest evidence of continuity. They do not distract with legend. They show the country as it is lived. They pass through places that still recognize one another. They connect communities that measure time in seasons and routines, not in slogans. If this book has done its work, it has not transformed these towns into attractions. It has simply made their presence harder to overlook. The inland road can be traveled quickly, but it is better understood slowly. It rewards attention. It reveals the dignity of maintenance, the quiet pride of service, and the kind of resilience that does not ask to be announced. The road continues. The towns continue. And the same northbound corridor will keep carrying people through workdays and weekends, through winters that sharpen and summers that widen. The last chapter is only a stopping point for the reader. The landscape does not stop, and neither do the places that live within it.